with the turnout. In the past, we've probably gotten like significantly less than half of the student body to respond. But we worked with the administration this year to make sure that, we maximize participation. And so we had a kind of like set Mentor Monday time for people to fill out this survey, and it was encouraged by all of the advisors. And so as you can see here, maybe on Evelyn's screen, we got 483 responses in English, and we got a few in Spanish, though not as many. I think that probably some students just used like the Google Translate feature on like the English version of the survey and not the actual Spanish version of the survey, but I don't know. But yeah, so we're excited to share the results with you. Maybe, show you some patterns, things that, we're going to be focusing on in the coming year, things that might be concerning, things that might be exciting, stuff like that. So,
Yeah.
Okay. So our first question was, are you aware of any mental health resources available to students at NHS? So within the survey, we provided some information about what these services are, namely where the location of adjustment counselors' offices are and what their jobs are within the school, so that, we're not just asking this without providing any information. But as you can see, it's mostly, not a super strong, awareness of mental health resources, which is not surprising to us. I think from just, anecdotal evidence and talking to students, it's clear that there is definitely more awareness needed around what students have access to already. So I think that's definitely something that we're going to continue working on. We've been trying to spread information about this, but that's definitely an area of focus, especially post-pandemic.
Yeah, definitely. This kind of just backs up what the first question was on, how not many students have even know or have met with an adjustment counselor. It's definitely something we're going to be focusing on in the future.
And wait, sorry, it's been cut off, but this green part is yes, I meet with one regularly. This is yes, I've met with one, I think, once or twice. This is no, never, and this is prefer not to say.
Question 3, have you heard of Ymir's Closet or the Lending Library before taking this survey? This was kind of disappointing because the Ymir's Closet is something that we have been working on in the past year or so to get more students to know about and to use. So after seeing the results, we definitely know that we need to kind of just tell people about this, because there's a lot of stuff in there that people can use and will find very helpful.
Yeah, I will say that I think this is an improvement from last year, when I think a very small number of students were aware of the Lending Library or Ymir's Closet. For those of you who don't know, these are resources within our school that provide students with various necessities for learning and for helping with learning, and other just basic necessities like hygiene products. But yeah, like Evelyn said, we're gonna try to continue spreading awareness about these things because they're super helpful for students. And we're also working with the administration to get funding, and we're working, within the union to figure out that and fundraising and stuff like that.
So this was more disappointing. 92.66% of people at the school have not used, or of the people that have taken the survey have not used Ymir's Closet. So yeah, we just definitely need to tell people about it. And also because in Ymir's Closet there's stuff actually never mind, sorry. Okay, so this question was for something specific. We're putting menstrual products into the bathrooms at NHS, and we were trying to figure out where we should put most of the products.
Like the proportion of menstrual products.
In which bathrooms.
Yep.
So from the survey, we could see that they're most needed in the women's bathroom and the gender-neutral bathroom. So actually, last week, we had them put into the first and second floor of the girls' bathrooms, and they're still in the gender-neutral bathroom. So that has been exciting.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is a topic that, we talk about a lot within the school and are continuing to work on, but we thought that we wanted to gauge, since, our last survey last year, if there's been any sort of changes in understanding of SBG, because it's a policy that we are continuing to use and it's continuing to change a little bit. So as you can see, this is like a scale of 0 to 100, 0 being I don't understand it at all, and 100 being I understand it a lot. As you can see, it's at about 65, which is not great at all. And so that's definitely something, as you all know, that we're gonna, continue trying to figure out. But hopefully, I think there's a lot that can be done in terms of just clarifying. A lot of this is just communication.
I think also definitely communication between teachers, because I know I've talked to a lot of teachers and they weren't very much trained on SBG, so I think that it can vary from teacher to teacher on how they use it. So I think there also has to be communication between the teachers for this too.
Yeah.
We just wanted to get a general sense of what the students thought of the food at NHS, and, wait, is 50 like the end? Or is it 100?
Yeah, I guess it's 50, I guess. Yeah.
That's not bad. Yeah, so I guess people thought the food quality at NHS was not terrible. 39 out of 50.
But this is kind of pertinent to some grant stuff that we're working on. So the Student Union has an annual grant cycle where we get grant applications and then try to give money to various organizations within the school. And so I believe 2 meetings ago, maybe last month, we met with the Environmental Club, who's working to get a salad bar at the high school. Mostly their goal is to reduce waste, because right now we have individually packaged salad products and vegetables. And so I think this data is definitely helpful in determining, what our role should be in that effort. And I think that, it makes sense that students have access to fresh food and that we reduce waste.
Yeah, and also it can be good for people with allergies for the salad
true.
bar. This question was about the portion sizes at NHS. I mean, personally, I've noticed that they are kind of small. I've seen kids try to get 2 lunches before, get a friend to get them lunch, because the portions are really small, and people might just don't think it's enough food. I think it's hard to make change in the lunches at the school, because it's such a huge thing, but it's definitely something we should look into.
Okay, so this next section is about, advanced courses. So we collected demographic details at the end, and so right now we're in the process of analyzing these questions based on certain demographics to see how different students experienced advanced courses specifically differently. We don't have that data yet, but that's definitely something that we want to share with you all when we have it ready, because we feel like that's really important to the work that we're trying to do. But this is just kind of an overview of that. But yes, look forward to a more detailed breakdown of this in the future. So the first question here is, in your advanced courses, how comfortable do you feel participating in class discussions and activities? So here we can see it's about a 62, which again, I don't think is a very good score. I think that, they're definitely different classes have different environments, but that's something that we want to see raised, and I think that kind of comes with, a lot of cultural work, which is hard to do, but that's definitely something that we're going to think about and consider. So this next question asks, do you plan on taking a course at Smith College before you graduate? So we considered when we were making the survey asking, like, have you taken a Smith course? But that's data that the school already has. And so we thought it might be interesting to see who, like, wanted to take a Smith course, because sometimes the reason people don't take a Smith course are logistical. And so we thought, like, people's plans might be a better way to gauge, interest in this kind of thing. So right now we have a lot of yes probablys, about a third, which is pretty good. A lot of people are unsure. Some people say no, probably not, no, probably not. I think this is definitely one that the demographic data will be very helpful with, especially given that there's a GPA requirement on the Smith side, which can be a barrier for some students to accessing Smith courses. But that's another place where the planning part comes in, so.
Yeah, this was just another question similar to the Smith. Do you plan on taking a course offered by HCC, Westfield State, GCC, or UMass before you graduate? A lot of people, for this one, I feel like these aren't as well known as the Smith classes, so a lot of people maybe didn't know about them, but hopefully maybe from the survey they can like learn a little bit about them, and maybe this will change, like more people will plan to take them in the future.
Yeah, I definitely think this is an awareness issue as well.
Yeah.
And that's something that we can easily solve through, various
Yeah,
social media posts.
definitely.
Even. But dual enrollment is a great opportunity, and I don't believe it has the GPA barrier. And I think students get college credit for that,
Yeah.
which you don't
Yeah.
get at Smith. So it's definitely a good opportunity.
We can
Oh wait,
see.
this is a question. Yeah. Okay. So, do you want to move on to the Spanish one?
Oh no, it did.
I don't.
Okay, we don't need to show this. Okay. Yeah. So do I stop sharing?
No, just go to the Spanish one. Yeah, okay. So now we have the Spanish version.
I don't think it. I think I have to stop and then
Okay.
share
Oh, 'cause
tab
it was
with
just
this.
the tab.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, technical difficulties.
Yeah. Here we go.
Okay. So this is the same mental health question. A lot more yeses than in the English version, but also a lot more no's. So I don't know, that's interesting to look at, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, so for this one, we only got 7 responses.
Yeah, so definitely take this with a grain of salt. We had some issues figuring out the language thing. We didn't want there to be a language barrier to the survey, but we weren't totally sure how to figure it out, and this is our first year using SurveyMonkey as a platform. But I still think that it's valuable to share the Spanish information, obviously. Okay. So this question is, have you met with an adjustment counselor at NHS in the past? Very similar to the English.
It looks like basically the same.
Yeah, basically the same breakdown. Have you heard of Umira's Closet or the Lending Library? So this is a lot more no's than in the English version, which is definitely interesting and a little bit concerning. Yeah, I think that the student union definitely could do some more work with making sure that we have like multilingual information spread, especially on our social media, which we've been using a lot, but I think there's definitely some changes that we can make with that, so that's good to know. Have you ever used Umira's Closet? All no's.
Yeah.
Again, this is like 7 people, so, not a huge group, but still not great. Yeah, this is just more data for us in the breakdown for menstrual products. How well do you understand SBG? This is oh, I think it is out of 100.
Oh.
Okay, so this is way lower than the English version. The English, if we remember, is at 65%, and this is at 39.
Yeah.
So that's definitely something that is concerning.
Yeah, very.
And, yeah, I don't know. I think
Yeah, I
looking
think
at this, we need to spread more information in Spanish to our Spanish speakers because,
they're not
again,
as-
small survey portion, but still. Okay.
Okay, so this is about the same. So I guess it is 35 out of 100%, like of, wait, what is the question?
Yeah.
Of food quality, so that's not very good. And then
Portion sizes.
there's actually more people on this saying that it's just right than too small. So that's interesting.
Okay, so in your advanced courses, how comfortable do you feel? On the English version, it was 62, and on this it's 73. So that's actually promising. Yep. Do you plan on taking a course at Smith College before you graduate? There are no no's in the Spanish version, as you can see. Again, very small survey pool, so I definitely, we need to take this with a grain of salt, but
Yeah.
that is
But
good
that's
to know.
good, yeah.
Dual
Same thing
enrollment.
with this. There's no no's.
Yeah, all right, and that's it.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I know this was a little bit chaotic, but as I said, our first time using SurveyMonkey, but it will hopefully make the data analysis much smoother. Last year we had to do it all by hand on the spreadsheet, and it was a bit of a nightmare. So this should be better. But yeah, any questions, please?
That wasn't chaotic at all. That was great.
Okay.
It really was. And you entered into some chaos, so sorry that the start of this was chaotic, but no, that was really great. Thank you. Yes, Member Robbins.
Thank you so much. And you guys worked really hard on this survey, and we had talked about it earlier. So now what?
Yeah, that is the question. So,
Sorry.
I don't know. I feel like always with this kind of thing, it's just overwhelming the amount of, different things that we feel like need changing. I think a lot of this information kind of backs up what we already know and like anecdotal evidence that we've kind of just been collecting as we go. But I think it's really useful to have more concrete data, especially when working with like leadership within the school and the district to back up various initiatives.
Yeah, for example, like we didn't want to put menstrual products just into the girls' room when we didn't, before having like concrete evidence that the girls' room would need more menstrual products. So this survey can like really help us with that. And then also we can see what people are really focusing on and want for the school and change for the school, and we can start working on that right away.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things that I'm noticing is communication, which is just like a continual struggle. But I definitely think that, we have a lot of big idea initiatives that we are excited about, but just like spreading the word about resources that already exist within the school is really important. Like I said, we've created a pretty active like Instagram page, which I think has helped us connect a lot to the student body. And so I think just kind of spreading various information about the things on here that we've talked about, as well as having like Spanish information is really important.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You had
No, I
Okay.
was just.
When you were mentioning the communication, one of the main ones was about Yamira's Closet. Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah.
That one was like, we don't know about it.
Yeah.
So, but I also have wondered, like, or first of all, for me, like, how to make it sustainable anyway. Like, once you graduate and go, how does that keep going? But also, how could people make donations to that? That's something that I was wondering. I feel like you've mentioned something about that. And finally, is there any thought about that? Maybe this is a different conversation about, like, would there be hesitancy to go use it and get things in front of other people? Like, what are
Yeah.
you doing in there? What are you getting? Where'd you get that?
Yeah.
But it is kind of, off to the side. Is it in the library? Is that where?
No, it's
I feel like
actually,
I saw it somewhere. What is
it's in a closet in Yamira's
In Yamira's
office.
yeah.
So it's actually in a kind of out of the way place.
So it is kind of private.
Yeah, so I feel like, and I've been in there, I feel like if you were to go in there to get something, it'd feel more private. There
Okay.
wouldn't be a bunch of kids like looking at you.
So then that wouldn't be the issue then?
Yeah, I don't think that would be an issue. And also for the donating, I know we will have a menstrual product donation thing in the future. I know that we're planning that. And I think, was the snack drive?
Yeah, so I believe last semester we had a snack drive. I think it was for Yamira's Closet.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing that we're working on surrounding that is like having a
Sustainable
sustainable
fund.
Fund.
Yeah.
Because right now a lot of it is coming out of Yamira's own pocket.
Yeah.
She's been very, very generous. But we think that there definitely needs to be proper compensation.
Yeah.
Because it's a super important resource. And so we're trying to figure out how to do that besides our money and
And
grants and
yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox, and then I'll go.
I think so much for the presentation. Two things. One is the piece about the food portions at lunch. Just encouraging you to share that information with our food services director or whomever Principal Worley would suggest at the high school. And then the second thing is, I don't know if any of my colleagues on the school committee ordered any of the hoodies or sweatpants or anything through your fundraiser, but I did, and I don't know how to get it from you. So if you could maybe just contact me and let me know, that would be great.
Yeah, we know those are coming after April break, and I think they're coming to the high school, right?
Yeah, I actually,
We don't run that.
Giselle
but,
and Frankie, who are two student union members, have been in charge of that and doing a great job. But yes, we will let you know when we know more about that. It's been a little bit bumpy trying to get enough orders, and then there's from my understanding, there's a price barrier. I think we crossed that threshold in order to receive money back for stuff like Yamira's Closet. But yes, we will. I'm sure you will get your hoodie.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure that people that ordered them.
Can get them, yeah.
Oh,
Member
cool, great, okay. Well, then I will definitely encourage my colleagues on the school committee to order some Northampton High School paraphernalia if you would like it.
I was going to
And
ask,
send
is it
us
still for
the
sale?
link
Is it still?
After the last meeting.
It's
don't know.
it's actually closed for the moment. I think there was a limited time of how long they can keep the store open, but hopefully in the future we can open it again. We definitely need to
Gotcha,
talk.
okay, cool.
We appreciate your interest though in any
Yeah,
design
very
feedback.
appreciated.
It's definitely welcome.
Member Seraphy Cox, you've got a pretty wicked echo going on, so maybe could you try and troubleshoot that before we go into the meeting?
Will do.
The other meeting? Thanks. Member Gazy. Oh, sorry, and then Member Miller.
I know that JFK has, me or her first?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't. I know that JFK has a news show that I saw them do, which was very nice. I was wondering if the high school had something like that, and if so, could they do a spotlight on Yamira's Closet, or?
Yeah, we actually have something called the transcript.
Yeah.
So every Friday, some teachers will show that in their classrooms. That's actually a really good idea. That's a
really good idea.
Yeah, that'd be awesome if we could get the word out on Yamira's Closet and we can show people what's in there. That's definitely something we're gonna look into. That's a really good idea.
Yeah, the transcript has a very tight schedule, so spots are
Yeah.
covered.
But in the future, I bet we can get
yeah,
something.
it's a really, really valuable platform
Yeah.
for getting information throughout the school.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Okay, Member Miller.
I think that's a great idea, by the way. But also, I was thinking, even in orientation materials, they could have information about, the closet, and all those things could be just part of orientation. I was also thinking that some of the teachers of the upper level classes would probably really appreciate some of the information you got from the survey about comfort speaking up in class. I think they would be really interested in that material.
Yeah, no, I agree with
I think that survey is fantastic. I really think you guys did a great job.
Thank you.
I will say one caveat about the UMass closet situation is, as we've said, there is no consistent funding for that. So I think before we start spreading information,
Yeah.
that's something that needs to happen so that she doesn't
Run out,
experience
yeah.
like a lot of demand with like little supply. But once we get that in order, I think it's a great idea to get that on the transcript. And
Yeah.
it's a great idea to send the data to teachers of advanced courses.
Yeah,
for
just
sure. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, oh, yes, Member Gacy?
Just like she was saying. Member Miller, thank you. Having a senior moment. I've known her for 20 years, but just like she was suggesting getting out orientation material, it occurs to me, I mean, in elementary schools, the teachers always send out lists of, you know, we'd like this for the classroom, markers, this, that, wipes. If I was a high school parent, I would be happy to donate to that and make things applicable. So, you know, you could always try and appeal to families.
yeah, we could ask, like, if people get that sheet of what they will need for the year. You can say if you want to donate, there's someplace to
This
donate to.
This closet is
Yeah.
here, and we're always looking for.
Yeah, we can have a list of stuff.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing further, thank you very, very much. That was great.
Yeah, thank
Sure.
you.
And is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made and seconded, roll call, please. Annie?
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox? Member Seraphy
Yes.
Cox? Okay. Member Stein?
I saw him on there.
Member Stein?
Oh, he can't unmute.
Oh, let me make him
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
And Member Davis?
Yes.
And Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, we are adjourned from that meeting, and we will roll right into the regular school committee meeting. We don't need to be counted back in, right? We can just start? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Good evening. Welcome to the April 13th Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Mayor Gina Louise Shara, the chair of the school committee, and I'll be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. I will begin by asking the clerk to please call the roll of the school committee.
Member Gazy?
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Present. Sorry, yeah. I'm trying to fix the problem. I'm almost there. How is the audio now? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna fix it.
Okay, so let me make sure. Making you-
President.
Okay, now you're co-host and you're president. Member Levy?
Present.
Member Miller?
Present.
Member Goldman?
Present.
Member Agna?
Present.
Member Davis?
Present.
Mayor Shara?
Present.
And Member Robbins?
Okay, the following members are participating remotely on Zoom. That is Member Seraphy Cox and Member Stein. We have a couple of annual items first on the agenda. And actually, Barb Barbara Devlin, I know that you have something else you have to get to, so would you like to come up and speak to us about the Rotary Day of Service?
That would be wonderful.
Okay.
I'm also a grandma, and I have a grandson playing lacrosse tonight. I really appreciate the opportunity to just make a brief announcement about our Northampton Rotary Club's Day of Service tree planting. And this year, it's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, April 22nd, at Leeds Elementary School. You may remember we had a day of service in April of 2022 where we planted trees at both Jackson Street and at R.K. Finn Ryan Road Elementary Schools. They were very successful, and we're really appreciative of at-large school committee member Gwen Agna participating in last year's Jackson Street tree planting. The tree plantings have been organized in partnership with Northampton's Department of Public Works, the Urban Forestry Commission, the nonprofit Tree Northampton, and representatives of the Northampton Public Schools, and they've been wonderful. To date, we've recruited nearly 30 adult volunteers for the Leeds Elementary School tree planting, and several of those will be accompanied by their children. A lot of them are attending Leeds Elementary School, so that'll be fun. This year's volunteers, at least that have signed up so far, include Leeds School Principal Chris Wentz, their Parent Council representative Melissa Woglam, Ward 4 School Committee member Michael Stein, and Ward 7 City Councilor Rachel Maiori, who may also bring some of her kids along. And I would just say we've got plenty of volunteers, so if you don't feel like digging in the dirt, we would still invite you to stop by and greet the volunteers. It'd be a great opportunity for you to meet some of the parents and the kids and so forth. For those of you who may not be familiar with Rotary, the Rotary Club is part of Rotary International. It is a collection of 1.4 million people across the globe. I think it's in over 300 countries, about 46,000 clubs, and they all have something in common. They want to see people in the world unite around and create lasting change across the globe in each and every one of our communities and in ourselves. And if I may say so, I think all of you would make great Rotarians. So if you would ever like to attend a meeting, I'd love to bring you as a guest. But thank you for your interest, and thank you for your service to the Northampton Public Schools. And I should say also congratulations on the successful recruitment and hiring of a superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or?
Yes.
I apologize if you said this and I missed it, just in case some of us have swim lessons at 9 o'clock. How long do you think the event will go?
It usually it's a couple of hours. We tell people it's 9 to 12, but what we'll do is we'll break people up into planting teams of about 3 people each, more if they're family members, kids involved and so forth. And they usually they'll plant about 2 trees each per team. So, because there's 18 trees all told that are going to be planted. So there'll be plenty of volunteer help. My guess is they'll be done around 11. So thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, next, it's my pleasure to share a proclamation for the Week of the Young Child and Brain Building in Progress Week, which was last week, and then invite Laura Frogomini to share a little bit. And I also, Ashley Miller is here from Early Childhood, and I'm afraid I don't know who the other person is, but I'm sure you'll introduce.
Joan Cameron.
Sorry?
Joan Cameron. Joan Cameron.
Would you like me to come up there and join the 3 of you to do this proclamation? Sure. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Making a party. Okay. In here. Okay. So this is a proclamation for Brain Building and Progress Week, April 1st to 7th, 2023, as part of the Week of the Young Child. Whereas the Week of the Young Child is an annual celebration established in 1971 by the National Association for the Education of Young Children to recognize that children's early years are the foundation for later success in school and life. And whereas the Department of Early Education and Care and its partners have declared that Massachusetts will celebrate the week as Brain Building and Progress Week, and whereas research demonstrates that more brain development occurs during a child's first 5 years than at any other time in a child's life, and whereas a high-quality early education nurtures a child's cognitive and social, emotional, and physical development and helps build a solid foundation for future success. And whereas investments in young children and their early education have a lifetime impact on young learners in terms of greater academic readiness and educational attainment, greater earnings, better health, reduced crime, and reduced need for social services. And whereas the Commonwealth has responded to this growing body of research by providing a strong foundation for a statewide system of high-quality early education and care. And whereas the purpose of Brain Building and Progress Week is to add to this momentum by focusing public attention on the needs of young children and their families, and by recognizing the early childhood educators who meet these needs. Now therefore I, Mayor Jean Louise Shara, do hereby proclaim April 1st to 7th, 2023 as Brain Building and Progress Week in Northampton, and urge all citizens to recognize and support the needs of young children and their families in our city. In witness whereof, I have set my hand and imprinted the seal of the City of Northampton on April 1st, 2023. So happy Brain Building and Progress Week, everyone. And I'm delighted to hand the mic over to Ashley to talk about it. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us here tonight. The Week of the Young Child is something that was started by the NAAYC to celebrate and bring to the public eye all the hard work that goes into raising children. It's not just an effort for caregivers and those who give birth to kids. It's truly a community effort. Here in Northampton, we actually celebrate all of April. So we end the month with a big celebration for our community and the greater Northampton community. This year we're going to be celebrating April 29th. It's a Saturday from 9:30 to 11:30, and it'll be at Smith Vocational High School this year. Traditionally it's been at Jackson Street School, but we sort of outgrew that space. It became quite obvious last year after bringing back the celebration from 2 years of not having one due to COVID. We had over 400 people come through our doors from 40 different towns. So this year we're moving to a larger space, more parking, bonus of farm animals. But I do want to just recognize that, you know, it's a community effort. It's you, it's families, it's our office, it's pediatricians, it's museum educators, preschools, libraries. Just today I was at the Northampton Senior Center and I picked up this huge box of handmade knitted hats for newborns. I don't know how we'll possibly give that many hats away, so we're going to have something creative. We give out welcome baby bags, but I think we could really, for the next 10 years, we might be set. But the senior citizens at the Senior Center were ready and coming up with all sorts of ideas of what they could make next. Little creatures, maybe something for the caregivers, scarves, so blankets. They're really going much larger. Since September, our Early Childhood Center has supported nearly 600 caregivers and families and educators for our registered workshops and events. Pretty amazing. All of our workshops and events are free, and we've had over 600 people that we are keeping track of and inviting and welcoming to all of our programs. Our center provides community when families need it most. Our regular playgroup offerings that are the start to many lifelong friendships for families. We have playgroups daily at Northampton Parent Center and at the Hadley Public Library. As a Northampton public school caregiver myself, my family moved here when my oldest was in first grade and my youngest was in preschool. We did go to the Northampton Parent Center. It's fun to see those memories pop up, but I know many families who can tell me when they first met someone, and it dates back to being at the Hadley Playgroup or being at the Northampton Parent Center. So that in itself is probably the greatest testimony to the work that we're all doing. I'm going to pass it off to Joan Cameron.
Hi, thanks for having us. I'm an itinerant special ed teacher for Northampton Public Schools and the preschools. And I'm so glad you, of course, really highlighted this like community effort, because I think for me, prior to coming into the itinerant special ed position, I was a third grade teacher at one of the elementary schools in Northampton for a decade. And, you know, you got a sense of like the community aspect of elementary school, but you get into those preschools and it's like really opens your eyes to how all of these kids have all of these really distinct experiences at these different preschools. And it's been so informative to kind of see how that moves them into the next phase of, you know, if they come into the elementary schools. I was trying to think of like a good analogy, and like it's a spider web is the best one I can come up with, but it's like this back and forth between us itinerant teachers and service providers going into those community preschools and sort of presenting not just the special ed kids, but everyone with like the Northampton Public Schools stuff. But they also feed back to us, and we can kind of help those kids transition into the public elementary schools. It's just this really important sort of flow back and forth, and I have these visions of how it's just going to kind of become more like smoother and more information going back and forth, and help everyone kind of help kids like make the most of the experiences that they're coming into next. But it's really lovely. And the people are amazing. And we also get to like interact with the teachers at all these preschools, and they can teach us stuff that we can kind of bring to the public schools, and then we can kind of teach them stuff. It's just all this really nice back and forth. It's really lovely. So you're doing good.
So I'm here to share just a few more highlights of the program year at the Early Childhood Center as we celebrate young children. And thanks to Ashley and Joni for offering their insights. They are amazing members of our family engagement and itinerant special education teams. The grants they work for at NPS are from the Department of Early Education and Care. The Family Engagement Grant with Ashley brings in $133,000 to the district, and the Preschool Partnership Grant brings in $670,000. The funds and the programmatic support from EEC provide our district with the resources to reach our goals. This year, we're also grateful to the Northampton Education Foundation grant that funded a Universal Design and Learning series, which included providing, as Joni's talking about, the same professional development training in the sensory needs of young children to our NPS preschool teachers and at 7 other centers in town where our NPS children attend. Remember, 45% of our NPS preschoolers with disabilities are at our NPS public preschool, and 55% are being served in Northampton-based child care centers. By aligning our PD offerings, coaching, and supports, we're able to reach nearly all of our incoming kindergarten children. That alignment extended to a citywide preschool partnership gathering where our NPS preschool department chair, yes, you heard that, we now have a first year ever a preschool department chair who is a teacher. And she collaborated, Sarah Pacheco, with a community-based preschool teacher, our inclusion coach, and an SLP to provide a citywide training on inclusive circle time practices. Lastly, I'll share with great joy, Mayor Shara, that through collaboration with the Preschool Partnership, we were able to work together on an ARPA grant proposal to the city and mayor that will bring $200,000 in child care subsidies to support families in securing the full day, full week, full year care they need for their young children. This meets our family engagement support goals, our goals of supporting children to be enrolled in quality preschool experiences as they prepare to enter kindergarten. There is so much more going on at the center that we didn't even touch on today, but I will stop there. I will thank you, all of you, for your continued support.
Thank you, all of you, and for your work. Okay, so next we will actually be entering into executive session, hopefully not for terribly long, and we will be coming back into open session for most of the meeting. We will then end with another executive session, but We will be going into executive session now, so we'll ask you all to, who are here for the rest of the meeting, to please hold on while we're in it, or come back and check in. And, yes, Amy.
Letting you know, I have a breakout room prepared. Member Agna and Member Robbins, you are not in it because you're not in the Zoom. But. I can't get in. Oh, you still can't get in the Zoom?
We're going to go into the library, right?
Right, but we have
yeah.
two members that
Yeah.
are in the Zoom that need to be in the breakout room, right? Am I right?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we do. But, I mean, we can share.
I'll share it.
Yeah.
That's fine. And I just want to say, Josh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is going to be made host, but we go into the Zoom, so I think I need to send everybody into the breakout room, then make Josh host, and then Josh sends me into the breakout room, but.
Okay.
At first, you'll have to call it the roll.
Okay, excellent. Will someone please make a motion to enter executive session?
Motion to adjourn to executive.
We got to read this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Gotta read the thing.
Okay. Request to enter executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Purpose Number 1, to discuss open meeting law complaints against the school committee filed on March 28th of 2022 from Susan Voss and March 24th, 2023 by Jonathan Gerhardson.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Roll, and the chair so declares. We do have to enter executive session. Again, we will not be adjourning executive session. We will be coming back into an open meeting. Roll call, please, Annie.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yep.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Robbins. And Member Gazy.
Yes.
Okay, thank you all. We will be back.
Josh, I'm
Working for me.
The next item, thank you everyone for your patience if you waited around. The next item on our agenda is public comment. We are taking public comment in person and over Zoom. There's a sign-up sheet for public comment here in the room. I'll go through the names that signed up first and ask if anyone else who wishes to speak after, if they didn't sign up. For those on Zoom, you can please use the raised hand feature in the bottom menu bar under reactions. If you're calling in by phone, hit *9, and that will raise your hand. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. I will set, excuse me, a 3-minute timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. And we have a very long meeting this evening, so brevity is always appreciated, and you needn't feel obligated to use all 3 minutes. For those on Zoom, I ask that all but the school committee turn off your video until called upon. Only the person recognized has the floor.
Mayor, I don't know if it's everyone, but I'm seeing some people going like this, like maybe they can't hear us.
Paula, can you hear us? Oops, Paula disappeared.
Paula was the one going
saying
like
she
this, saying that she couldn't hear.
She did a thumbs up.
Do you know when?
They didn't hear anything.
You didn't hear anything, okay. We are taking public comment now in person over Zoom, and if you're on Zoom, please use the raised hand feature under participants in the menu bar. I'm sorry, under
recording in progress.
Under what's the reactions? That's what I'm looking for. Under reactions. If you're calling by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. Before you begin, please state your name or city or town for the public record. I'll set a 3-minute timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. We have a very long meeting, so feel free to be brief. Those on Zoom, I ask that all but the school committee turn off your video until called upon, because only the person recognized has the floor. And we will start with Ronnie Gold, who is here in the room.
All right, can you hear me? Yeah, good, all right. Hello, and good evening all, and thank you for your service and the time to share some thoughts with you about the budget this evening. I've watched a lot of the available budget meetings and discussions for this budget you'll be voting on, and there's a piece about the deficit NPS is facing and the story of how we got here that has been either inaccurately explained, missing, or has not been emphasized enough. Over 6 years ago, while I was on the Bridge Street School Council and Ward 3 Neighborhood Association, both the city leadership and the school leadership, including the school committee, were making clear to our groups and the whole Northampton community that we were approaching a fiscal cliff. And that rationale was part of why we had the 2020 override and why it was necessary, as the override was going to help us stave off the fiscal cliff and push it a few years out. For the schools, the override would push the impending deficit beyond this year, as long as the cost of running the district grew at its regular pace and the city continued its regular increase in allocation from year to year. While I was on school committee from 2019 to 2021, I served both on the budget subcommittee and the negotiating subcommittee. During this time, as we worked to finalize new contracts and spending, something that was made crystal clear to all of us on school committee and to the community and to NACE was that the only way we would be able to afford these new contracts and agreements was going to be one of two ways. Either A, the city would need to significantly increase its annual allocation to the schools, or B, there would need to be significant numbers of positions cut. So just to clarify, that was something that every school committee, NACE, and all in the community were aware of, that even with the override money, these new contracts and the new spending we were agreeing on would be covered by more money from the city or cuts. The suggestion that the issue is due to incorrect usage of school choice funds, poor budgeting from district leadership, or that, as Member Stein shared, that leadership was hiding the budget deficit behind certain funds, or the other suggestion that this is due to the state's special education reimbursement increases, which is actually an aspect that won't come until next year's budget, Or lastly, if there's any surprise that so many positions might need to be cut, and it was surprising, those are all simply red herrings. One of the rationales then and now for approving new contracts and spending was a hope that the state funding would change and would be able to make up the deficit that we were going to be signing up for, and that was predicted. But hoping for new funding is not acting fiscally responsible, but rather it's essentially like gambling. I hope tonight's discussion and vote on the budget sends a clear message that does not put blame, that the blame does not get put on previous district leadership, and that the discussion includes a recognition of the facts about how we got here.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, that was the timer. I was like, my. Thank you. Okay. I don't see anybody else in the room. Josh Feldman on Zoom.
Hey, everybody. Josh Feldman. I'm a parent of a kindergartner, a fourth grader, and a fifth grader at Bridge Street School. I'm also on school council at Bridge Street School. And I want to thank the mayor and the city for increasing funds to take some of the deficit, the bite out of the deficit that the schools were facing in this last round. And I just want to note how significant the change will be coming into next year because of that. I also want to note that though we're avoiding as big a fiscal cliff in this current cycle that we have, to Ronnie's point about seeing the fiscal cliff from far away, we can also see that 6 months from now and 2 years from now, we're going to be having some of the same conversations. So I encourage the city and school committee to start thinking about not only the approval of this budget, but how we might start multi-year thinking to solve the problem more systemically. And I would also note that that the budget, as it will be passed this year, has significant cuts still in it, and that what our schools need are not only to avoid cuts completely, but need significant funding in many areas. And tonight's meeting, for instance, began with the impressive work that's happening on the preschool level. We know that that free preschool changes outcomes significantly for students. There are many places still within our school system that need significant resources. And that ultimately is an equity issue, where if we're going to raise up every student to become the leader with the potential that they have, we need to fund schools. So encouragement to keep prioritizing our students in those ways, and gratitude to the hard work you're doing on the issue.
Thank you very much. Andrea Gito. Oh, hold on. Wait, you disappeared. Oh, there you are. Okay. Can you unmute? There you go.
Sorry, looks a little dark in here, I apologize. I would just like to thank everyone on the committee for all the hard work that they are doing in passing or discussing and passing this upcoming budget. I would like to thank the mayor for allocating the appropriate amount of funds needed for the budget. And I would just like to respond to something Ronnie was saying, which is, yes, Ronnie, it is true that we were all told that the city is going to need to increase allocations to our budget that meet or exceed the cost of inflation. And I'm just need to respond. It's very difficult to hear the continuous reference to employee contracts in this quote unquote fiscal cliff, because the city of Northampton, as we all know, has balanced the school budget on the backs of our employees for well over a decade, up until 2019, which was when the first contract that gave appropriate salary increases to our staff members. So I would like you all to just keep that in mind. It is hurtful and disconcerting to our employees that give their all to our schools each and every day when the budget woes are continually referenced as due to passing contracts. That is not the city that we want to live in, not the schools that we want to have. We want our employees to be able to live in this wonderful city, to be able to afford to live here based on their salary, and to have one job be enough. And so I thank you all for what you are doing. I thank the mayor. I thank all of our caregivers and the enormous support for our school employees. And again, pledge my willingness to fight for better better funding from the state and utilizing the funds that we already have in our very well-funded city. So I thank you all, and I hope that moving forward, we could stop using the rhetoric that implies that fair contracts to employees are what put us in a budget shortfall. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any further hands for public comment. I'll give it 1 second. And then we will move on. Okay, seeing no further comments, we will move on to announcements by the school committee. Anybody have announcements?
Oh, I have a quick announcement. I attended the CPAC meeting on April 5th, and I got an earful. There was a lot of concern from the constituents about comments in the last school committee meeting, our budget meeting. After it was reported that we have an increase in the number of students who, with disabilities, special education spending was criticized by some, giving the impression that special education is limiting regular ed resources. And I'd like to point out that moving resources from special ed to regular ed does not absolve the city from supporting students with disabilities. All it does is force us to rely on expensive outside vendors to provide the necessary support detailed in our students' IEPs and that are mandated in IDEA and Chapter 766. I am really impressed with the way Director Dixon made budget cuts by redesigning and streamlining the Student Services Department. CPAC members, however, are worried that Director Dixon has given himself an increased workload when he assumes the elementary associate director position in addition to his other supervisory duties. So as with other reorganizations, only time is going to tell if it's a feasible plan. And so we'll depend on Director Dixon to keep us informed and make tweaks if it becomes unwieldy for him. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Seraphy Cox with an announcement.
Yes, I have a couple of announcements. One is that Bike to School Day is on May 3rd. The school committee was emailed by a student who was interested in encouraging biking and walking to school as an alternative means of transportation. And so just wanting to lift up that student's advocacy and remind folks that on May 3rd they can bike to school. I had brought this up with the chair of the curriculum subcommittee, but just wanted to point out here that the CPAC awards have a conflict with the May curriculum subcommittee meeting. So I don't know if that has already been rescheduled, but if so, probably would be a good idea, especially for any teachers or administrators who want to attend the CPAC awards. And then wanted to let the school committee know that Member Goldman and I met with the ELPAC, some members of the ELPAC yesterday, the English Learner Parent Action Committee, and it was an incredible meeting, so warm and positive and also challenging and serious, and I just really commend the work of the leaders of that committee and Lauren Berry for facilitating it. And one of the suggestions that came out of that meeting was for the school committee to appoint a liaison to ELPAC, just like we have for CPAC. And so I don't know, Mayor, if that is something that needs to be voted on by the school committee.
I asked Andy to put it on the agenda for the May meeting.
Perfect. Wonderful. That's it. Thank you.
Welcome, thank you for doing that and meeting with them. Any other announcements? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to recommended actions, our consent agenda. The items we have are minutes from the March 9th, 2023 school committee meeting, and field trip approval for Northampton High School Model UN Woodstock, Connecticut on April 29th, and Northampton High School to New York City on May 6th. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Member Levy, seconded by Member Gazy. Roll call, please, Annie. Any removals?
Oh, wait,
Did you want to remove an item for, there's no
is
discussion on?
this on the,
This is the consent agenda, so there's no
Yes.
discussion unless you remove an item for discussion.
the school committee minutes?
You want to remove the meeting minutes for discussion? Sure,
Yeah, there's just a little thing on
Okay.
it. Sorry.
that's fine. That's okay. Okay, let's do a roll call on the trips, and then we'll do the minutes. Is that okay?
Member Agna? Yes. Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
And Member Goldman?
Okay, and now we're going to take up the minutes from March 9th, 23 for the regular school committee meeting. And Member Gazy, you had a,
Yes, I was wondering, because we've been talking about minutes a lot, and because I've been writing rules and policy, you're supposed to indicate who voted which way. And in C, there was a 9-1. It didn't say who voted no.
In C, what do you mean by C?
which section?
Section C of the minutes.
Sup-
Section C of the March 9th minutes?
Section.
Of the,
Yeah, which numerical which Roman numeral?
hold on, I'm just looking for where that consent agenda, it's in there. Yeah. Sorry,
Oh, new
didn't have this
business.
up.
Oh, I see, okay.
So down in, C.
Superintendent search
So
timeline.
7, new business, C.
The, God, it's,
I
okay.
see. It was past 9-1, and it doesn't say,
Doesn't say who's the one, and then later on, there's votes that are 9-1, and it says that Member Robbins is absent. Does that count as a no vote?
No.
Or, so,
no, I think that Michelle did that, and, I'll just review that with her on how to put it, and I'll make it
yeah,
right.
because there were 3 or 4 votes where, like, there's one where it's absent, but then there's a couple more after that where
Right.
9-1 absent Robbins, but it doesn't say who, and so,
I think what she meant was that Member Robbins was not there, and she wrote opposed for some reason. So I apologize. I did review these, but I think I skipped over this section a little bit. So let me go through the whole thing and bring it back in May. Does that work?
Yes, unless you know all the,
Unless you know everyone that I can change, but, I would have to review the roll call, which I don't have in front of me right now.
I can go through and see the ones.
there are a few, yeah.
There's a
maybe-
few. I
Yeah, a
think I
few.
should just review the roll
Okay, so
call and then
let's-
put it in the packet for May. I think I should just
All right,
review
we'll
it.
remove this for tonight and vote on it at the next
Okay.
meeting.
Okay.
Thank you for catching that. Okay, reports and recommendations. And Member Gazy, you are up.
Oh, gosh.
And policy.
Where's my stuff? Of course.
Do you want me to? No, kind of big.
Here it is.
Okay.
I found it. Okay. So, just a quick thing on ACA, which was the bullying and harassment policy. It was confusing because there is no ACA policy in MASC, and all of our civil rights policies are bundled. On further study of the DESI request, they requested an update of the bullying and harassment plan, which is not a policy. That's something that the ALT team has to do every 2 years, and I guess they hadn't done it since 2019. So now the ALT team is addressing that. So, with regards to KDD, which is ready for the second reading, we made the changes that were suggested. We changed the chair to the vice chair. We changed the gendered language, and we added a cross-reference to KGB. And as a result, we're going to have to refer KDB, the public's right to know, to put that on the agenda. I was talking to,
It's on the agenda. It's on the agenda further down.
Oh, yeah.
it is,
It's under new business.
okay. Oh, well. Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay, so, moving on. BEDG, the minutes, that is also ready for second reading. We do need a summary of discussion per the Attorney General of a summary of the description, not just a list of topics. Also, we need a list of how each school committee voted. We added a referral to KDG, the public's right to know, and that is that one. With regard to BEDB, that has gone, BEDB is the agenda. And BEDBE has been struck by MASC as unnecessary. That's like the little exemplar.
Oh, okay.
So we changed citizen to resident. We still have questions on how it will actually work to notice school committee members whose agenda proposal did not get put in the agenda. That's something that we've been talking about, possibly including. Some members wanted to know why their suggestions to the agenda were not included. Does would the agenda-setting team tell Annie the reason, and then she would forward that out? And if so, we'd have to put that in. The agenda of the school committee meeting does provide time for resident comment, no comments on subcommittees. Per the Attorney General, we cannot list times or discussion time limits. You just put it out there. You are allowed to move it around for the convenience of the guests.
Can you repeat that? I just want to make sure I understand. Can you say that last piece that you just said? We cannot suggest amount of time
We're
for
not
discussion?
supposed to put times or time limits on the agenda. We just list the agenda. We are allowed to move things around.
The chair is allowed to move things around.
Yeah. We can talk about things in a different order. Also, we can vote on an issue related to the agenda item if the need to vote naturally flows from the discussion. For example, in discussing KDD, the news media, means we might have to refer to KGB, the public's right to know, to do cross-references. So even if we didn't notice, we don't have to wait until the next meeting to notice it. We can just vote on referring it to rules and policy without waiting for the next school committee meeting if it flows naturally from the discussion. So
Seems
if you've got to
vague.
change one thing, it's going to necessitate another. We can ask to go look at that then. Okay.
So are you inviting comment or?
This is second reading, right? So, yes?
For the agenda, it's listed on here as the agenda format as a first reading, I believe, because we had that significant question that we wanted to ask the full committee about, do we want to include notification of people who don't have their agenda items included, and the reason why, and how that'll happen.
Okay.
So that's a question. I think KDD, the one I already talked
We
to.
do one at a time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
So agenda,
Agenda format, the,
BEDB?
that is BEDB, yeah, I get it wrong all the time.
Okay. I can't imagine why.
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, yes, Member Levy.
My question is not actually about what you just wanted feedback on, sorry. We've had lots of conversations about when we will receive supporting materials for meetings. And I understand that sometimes when push comes to shove, we have to get things 3 business days prior. But it is really hard to prepare for meetings with only 3 business days. And our meetings are on Thursdays.
That's why we have that paragraph before the red paragraph
Right, but
that
here's
says
what's happening.
6 days.
I know, but what's happening in our current moment, this policy this is not new. And so what's currently happening is we're getting things at the very last minute. We're getting things sometimes 3 days ahead, but even 3 days ahead, for me as a working parent,
It's difficult.
is not enough time. And so I'm wondering, is that state law?
No, 48 hours.
It's even worse.
Which is why we aimed for the 6 days as, like, let's aim for this, but, and included the thing that if you don't get it and you haven't got time, then you can push that agenda item later. So it was, seemed to set our intentions and give a backup, especially if you get a lengthy last-minute thing
Yep, okay, thank you.
that allows you to do that. Any other comment on BE?
Member Agna.
I like the idea of having a communication about if an agenda item doesn't get on the agenda. And I don't know if this is something to discuss about who does that, but, I don't know if I can volunteer as vice chair to make that communication when it happens, that somebody's asked for something to be on the agenda, and then for whatever reason, it's not, usually because the agenda setting team has rejected it. It's more about time, I believe.
And we usually communicate that.
Yeah, but I'm happy if that makes sense to.
That makes sense to me,
To have it
because
be the
you're
vice
the,
chair?
Yeah.
you're the have the vice chair, okay?
May I suggest, actually, to make that a little more concrete, that you will collect all of the items that are on the editor's floor, and put them in a Google Doc and include that in the packet? It doesn't need to be a part of the meeting, maybe, or is this something you would just email exclusively to?
You're probably just the person who is
Oh,
requesting.
you just email it to the person who requested it?
And sometimes it's like, there's not a thing, right?
Yeah, yeah. I guess I'm just thinking about the agenda item for discussion topics and how we really can't accommodate that on the agenda or in our meetings. And so informing everyone sort of what those suggested new topics are, without us having to take meeting time might be adequate. Would feel good to me, anyway. Not that I try not to ask for it. But,
Wait, can
it
you say
also-
that? So you're suggesting, run that by me again, how that would look?
I actually,
mean,
I'm not sure it's worth the time it's gonna take to talk about it tonight. We have a really busy meeting, so I think I'm happy to not keep talking about it. It was just an idea, and I appreciate the conversation so far. I think we should move on.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, then I will take BEDB back to the committee to make those changes about the vice chair. Okay. Going back, the next one we can look at is the BEDBE is gone, so we can get rid of that. KDD, are we ready to vote? Or let's look at both of those and do it in one vote, maybe, if we can. Is there anybody who has objections as we've changed it?
Is it in the it's got the wrong link on the agenda. Is it in the packet?
Yeah.
It's in our folders.
It's in the packet.
Okay. KDD. Okay. So that is change.
Oh, mine's going, yeah, mine keeps going back to the agenda format.
It's in the folder?
Yeah, you have to pull it out of the folder.
Pull it out of the folder, what do you mean?
Packet,
The packet that.
Oh, yeah.
under policies.
Yeah.
So the only change on this was to say that the vice chair will be the official spokesperson?
The changes where the vice chair would be the official we got rid of gendered language, spokesperson, and we did a cross-reference. We added a cross-reference, so
PDF.
not a lot to it.
Okay. Any questions or further discussion on KDD?
No.
Seeing none, roll call, please, Annie?
Member Davis?
I'm not sure there was a motion.
There wasn't a
I'm
motion.
so sorry, you're right. Thank you.
There was another one that was going to be for
Same motion.
the minutes.
EEDG.
You want to move them as a group?
I would like to move them as a group, just in the
Yeah.
interest of time. So, BEDG minutes,
Can you make a motion, being the chair of this?
yes, I will.
I mean, I'm asking if you're allowed to.
Yes.
She is, okay.
So I would like to make a motion that we accept BEDG as amended and KDD.
Or second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by member Geezy, seconded by member Agna. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Member Seraphy Cox?
I'll skip her for now.
Okay.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
And Member Agna?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Gazy. Moving down to C, Budget and Property Subcommittee, and Member Goldman.
Oh, I think we're at.
Sorry?
Oh, no, you're right, sorry.
Thank you. So since our last meeting, quite a lot has happened, and that includes a revision of the budget, and then at a school committee meeting, and then, at a subcommittee meeting, and then the announcement of the adjustment to the city's contribution, and then a reworking of the budget that was seen and presented this past Monday. And then you were all forwarded a copy of that budget. And so Bobby and Superintendent, will you be presenting the new budget at this time?
We can. Gee,
Do you want to do it later?
we can, whichever one you want us to do.
I mean, it's
Chair?
It's on the agenda in 3 places.
Right.
So it's in the superintendent's report, and then it's in new business
Okay.
when the discussion's going to happen, so.
Before we do that, did you want to update on the start time survey?
Yes. I have a condensed presentation that I'd like to offer quickly. So if I can, see if I can share my screen here.
Is that okay, Dr. Pearson Campbell, since
That's fine.
it's on the agenda a little bit
Is this
later?
in our folder?
We're
It
flexible.
is not.
It is in your folder. Dr. Pearson Campbell, are
I'm
you
not
sure?
talking about the budget.
Oh, sorry.
Am I able to share a slide? What do I hit? Share content? It says only the host can, so maybe I'm not a host. I'm not sure what is happening. So, I would like to show it, and, right, do you think that's appropriate, Member Agna, Member Stein? I think it goes a lot faster if I can show it. So why don't we just move on?
I just made you co-host, I'm
Oh,
sorry. You were
okay,
at some.
let's see if it'll work
at
now.
the bottom of the list. And can you share that with me so I can have it for the file, guy? Member Coleman? Thank you.
I'm actually not sure how to do this.
Says share screen right at the bottom,
Yep.
and then you find the document in your file there. You should find it first and then say share screen.
I know, and I had. It's not work.
Remember Levy?
Do I help you, or is it? Yes, I do, if you can. It's this one. But then, no one can see it yet. Not yet.
I'll tell you if it pops up.
Share content is different.
Oh.
Screen.
Oh,
Sorry.
that's okay. Screen. See?
That's weird. I've never seen
agree.
share content like that before.
Maybe it's in
Let's-
more.
Maybe it's here. Maybe.
Okay.
I'm gonna just do what you did.
Okay. You do it this time.
Yeah, if it's.
Can you drop it in the folder?
I can't drop things in the folder.
Well, if you send it to me, I can.
Yeah,
computer?
I'll send it, yeah, I actually
And
have
then
it
Annie
right
could share
here.
screen.
So you want me to, okay, I'll share this with Annie. You just hit that green button and it'll go away. Okay. Annie, do you see it?
Here it is, yep.
Great, okay. Oh, thank you.
I got this. Wait, oh, I did it. I did it.
You did it? Now she's sharing.
All right, fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
But now you're sharing, so you gotta get out.
No,
of-
I'm sharing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't leave the meeting.
Stop. Oh, no, that's what you want.
Here we go.
Wait, who's sharing?
Who's sharing?
Annie, you're gonna share, right?
Oh, now I'm going to share it. Okay, sorry. It was being shared.
It was,
Kind of.
sorry.
Okay. So sorry. Okay, so the process for this was a very bumpy road, and I just know that a lot of people just want these results, and they're pretty straightforward at this point. I made a very condensed presentation. Could you put that in like presentation, slideshow? Could you hit the slideshow button, please? Great. Okay, so so the first one is the students. You can go ahead down. The information collected was a little discombobulated, so we just sort of, I took the raw data and reconfigured it to come up with new graphics for the results. If you go to the next slide, this is what came from the Google form. You can see the question is, what do you think about this year's school start time? Very desirable, desirable, undesirable, very undesirable from bottom to top. You sort of see that, but I took all that data, and if you go to the next one, there were 742 respondents from the high school and JFK. This is the high school only. I took, I had some issues with some of the languaging about the questions that were a little hard to represent, so I translated responses that were is very responsible to yes. So the question goes from what do you think about this year's school start time and relating to its desirability to do you like the current start time, yes, neutral, or no. And this is the high school respondents' results. The bolder colors are the stronger yeses and nos, and then the paler colors are the less so. You can see that there's a majority, 2/3 or whatnot, of students at the high school who prefer the current start time. Next slide, please. This is the JFK students. Again, slight, kind of 50-50, slight majority, and also less boldness, so sort of seem fine with it. It's actually not very different from what they've always had, so it's no surprise that JFK doesn't feel so strongly about it. Next slide, please. The most relevant question of many questions that were asked of students was about their engagement after school, and so students were able to choose any one of these engagements or all that apply. And then can you go to the next slide? So I also took this information and sorted it by, of all of the students who, it's hard to do this without the pointer, of all the students who said they like sports, among the only thing they said or other things, 126 said yes, they prefer the current start time, and 77 said no, they do not prefer the start time. So you can see in the bar graph that for every after-school engagement piece, students generally preferred the start time. It was not clear that any group of after-school engagement really struggled with this current start time. Next, at the high school. The next one's JFK, similar, not as strong, but still preferring the current start time. Next slide, please. Okay, here are the demographics for the students. Next slide, please. This is what the form comes up with. And then the next slide, I separated out, because there was such a larger percent of respondents identified as white. I separated that out. That's on the far right. You can see what that looks like. I also did not include prefer not to say, because that those numbers are exactly the same as the white student preference. And then you can sort of see that that all students, regardless of race and ethnicity, generally prefer the current start time, more than 50%. Next slide, please. And this is by gender. Also, once again, no group strongly did not like the current start time. Next slide, please. Okay, staff and caregivers. Next slide, please. Again, next slide. This went out both in English and then in an English plus Spanish version. So these results were, I forwarded all of you the results, but they're basically impossible to work with without hours and hours of trying to find the meaning. Next slide, please. This is the staff. Do you like the current start time? Exactly same question as before. What do you think about it? Is it desirable or undesirable? So I translated it again to a little bit of a different one, and this is the results.
Can we go back one slide just for a second?
Yes, could you go back one slide, please?
Sorry, I hear you that it's hard to read. I just want to spend a moment taking it in, if that's okay. So, is there going to be a pie chart with this?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
So the next slide is actually that slide, that same question, where all of the people who said, yes, it's very desirable, yes, I like the current start time, whether they responded in English or English and Spanish, I grouped them together, and they're displayed here. So you can see there's some stronger feelings here among the staff, a strong preference or not, but still the majority prefer the current start time. Next slide, please. Caregivers, also generally a preference of the current start time. Next, please. This was the one question of staff that I thought was worth putting up. Do you find the current start time has a positive impact on student behavior? And it is equally divided among all options.
Interesting.
Next slide, please. This was something that I put together for our meeting with the English Learners Parent Advisory Council, just to look at the very strong, you can actually see here, which is interesting, that the yes, if you just look at the blue ones, for example, there's a lot of strong feelings. Yes, I like the current start time, or no, I do not. And what I would do next with this is look at what schools these parents' children are associated with.
Yeah.
Next slide, please. But this is, for example, by connecting and having a liaison with that group, we're able to better understand how the schools fit into their lives. Next slide. You went back. Yeah, next.
I'm not moving forward here.
Oh, maybe that's the last one then. Yeah, okay. So there's no vote to be had. We have a start time. That's our start time. And the question was looking to see if there was any very strong, compelling reason that we must change it right away. I don't see that. And so my recommendation, along with Member Stein and Member Agna, is that we leave the start time in place as it is and take all of the many, many comments we received from students, caregivers, and staff, provide those to the principals so that they can really get a better understanding of their concerns and what works for them, and make adjustments in the next year as we maybe prepare a better survey down the line, and also once we sort of have all of our people in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that that was a lot of wrangling of data, and I really, really appreciate the clarity. Just a question about, I'm curious if I know you didn't present any data showing by school type, but if you saw the data by school type, and if it looks exactly the same as what you just showed us, or if actually we're seeing high school looks different from elementary school.
Among the caregivers and staff? Yeah, I can absolutely provide that. I don't know off the top of my head with confidence the way I like to be when I say that, so I can absolutely pull those and
that'd be great.
Distribute that. So you want by school type. This one question, do you prefer the current start time?
Yeah.
And do you want each elementary school?
No, just all elementary schools and all high school.
Elementary, JFK.
Yeah, high school. The other thing I'll just say is I know that there are a lot of families who are really concerned with high school students missing class time for athletics. And Member Goldman and I met with Principal Worley to start a conversation about just how might we think creatively about what that could look like without necessarily changing start times. So could it be a rotating schedule? Could it be moving the flex period to the end of the day? Could it be looking at the individual schedules of athletes and thinking about what classes are being scheduled at the end of the day for them, even though, of course, every class is important. And other things, and I really appreciated Principal Worley's real openness to thinking creatively, and also wanting to know from us whether that's a top priority, because there are a lot of things that we're asking of him as a new principal, including looking at standards-based grading. So I think for me, I would just like to say, as a member of the school committee, that this is a top priority for me, that this be something that get addressed. And we talked about how challenging it is to think about changing schedules. That's a huge undertaking, and maybe that's not the approach, but perhaps there are other approaches that could bring creative thinking in. A lot of what I've heard from caregivers is this schedule isn't working and we must go back to the other start time. So I just want us to be able to think about, since so far at least the data seems pretty much in favor of keeping the start times, how we make sure it can work for all families.
Yeah, I wouldn't want us to, go ahead, please.
That's okay. I also have reservations about that, and I think it's important because we have block schedules. So when students leave, they leave a class that really can't be repeated and it can't be missed. And I've heard a great deal about that being a concern, and I'm surprised. Maybe that was a separate, it's athletes doing it, but maybe the separate question needed to be about that last block. What happens if you have to miss the last block in order to do an away game or do whatever? And then the other piece was around early childcare before school, which we heard a lot about at the beginning. And I've also heard a lot from constituents about, is there a possibility to flip the high school, middle school start time? Would that work better? So those are all questions that maybe we can consider in the coming year.
My understanding is there's not a way to flip those because of the buses.
Is that correct? So, that is not the end of the story. We clearly have many pieces of this that we're talking about examining, and childcare is a major piece of this. And the athletics is a piece of this. We know that, so like the sports schedule was set before we changed the start times, and so there was the athletic director and the principal weren't able to like make adjustments or take that into consideration, student schedules. It wasn't sort of, the impact wasn't known before now as much. So there's definitely a lot of adjustments to be made and continuing to examine it. We're not, pushing this issue off the table at all.
Yeah, brief, because I don't want to extend this longer than, because I guess we're going to revisit. But the question of the athletic schedule is that they don't do the schedule in isolation, like they schedule with other schools, right? So there's a lot of moving parts to doing a sports schedule. But I would want to echo that it's a big concern for kids to miss class. I mean, like big. I mean, I know just anecdotally, kids that changed out of a more challenging class that they really wanted to take, that was last block, because, oh no, I'm going to miss a ton of it. How will I keep up with AP Physics or whatever it was?
Yeah.
And, that's not the choice that we want kids to have to be making. So it's something to keep on the table. So that's
Yeah,
good.
I want to be clear. I am not suggesting that we stay with the current schedule
No, I know.
because
I
of the
wasn't-
survey results, or that I'm not counting our concerns regardless of other stakeholders.
I wasn't
concerns about it.
suggesting that.
And that's why Member Levy and I really need to meet with the principal and be like, is this on your plate? Is it on the table? Where are people talking to you about it? What's your perspective? How can we work with this? So it's sort of, I think it's out there and we're working on it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for all that work. That's a lot.
Member Agna?
I think I said this in our meeting also. I think we need to start on this sooner than later so that we don't end up at the end of the year with this challenge of trying to make a decision. And I also like to just put in a pitch for the elementary children and their caregivers and their teachers about how this schedule is working for them, and maybe if you disaggregate the data around caregivers who answered what and what schools. But, we've also tabled the after-school and before-school discussion, and these things are really tied together, and especially because of an 8 o'clock start and the before-school care that is not available. So if we could, and we've been pretty busy, and I'm not suggesting that we did anything wrong, but I think if we could put this on an agenda beginning in August or September, whenever we come back together, and really
Yes.
try to tackle this so that we could get it just some kind of sense of what it should be. And I agree with you totally that it's not, this is a representative democracy, and this is also education, that we have to look to our educational leaders about what makes sense for learning and for families also. So I really appreciate Kaya, Member Goldman, for doing all of this work. And it's interesting, but I think we have more to do.
Can we make a note for August?
Make a note.
Well done. Member Miller?
Well, that's good, because I was just going to say, thank you for doing all that work, because I think it spurs this conversation, because this is something that, as we probably all know, was debated for many years before it got changed. And, we could all advocate for different things, because I also know about all the students in the high school who lost first period because they were sleeping through it. So, there's a lot of angles to this problem, as not to mention guidance counselors having to rearrange schedules. So it's a huge topic, worthy of another meeting.
And we're constrained by budget, because if we didn't have to have a three-tiered bus process, then we could have do what's right for children all the way around. But, so maybe when we go to the State House and advocate for more money, we get more money and have buses for everyone.
They said they're going to designate a good amount for transportation, so we should get some of that.
We should.
Any other discussion on this? Thank you. Member Goldman.
Thank you.
Okay, so Bobby, oh, hold on. Yes, curriculum. Member Robbins.
Do you want me to go now?
Yes, please.
Hang on. The Committee on Instruction, Curriculum, and Culture of Learning met April 4th, 2023. We had a pretty full agenda and a good discussion and kept it to the time that we had allotted, which is always a good challenge, pretty much. NHS History Department Chair Kate Fontaine shared updates on NHS history electives, which run the gamut from Black History, Women and Gender Studies, Genocide Studies, Psychology, and a new course, Art and History. The challenge for the department is not a new one. There are not enough faculty members to offer a full range of annual electives, while many of the required history courses have 30-plus students in them. The committee discussed the need for our district to better support funding additional teaching faculty at NHS to offer a richer complement of consistent offerings and smaller classes, and why this is critical to our mandate to offer a comprehensive secondary education. We heard from Curriculum Director Roxanne Dorey on the HQIM High Quality Instructional Materials Implementation Grant for Math PD for both new programs. The literacy curriculum selection and pilot process can now be undertaken as Director Dorey has secured both complementary grants funding the entire project. Had we not received these grants, we could not have moved forward with this project. There was a rich and explanatory discussion about what's the same and what's different about the literacy selection and pilot program as compared to the math process. This open exchange was informative for all parties present and allowed for thoughtfully collaborative next steps in rolling out the new initiatives. Teacher, writer, activist Tiffany Jewell joined us to share her expanding work in our schools on identity, justice, and activism. They are in their third year of working with students at JSS, second at BSS, and first at Leeds and Bryan Road. The work looks different at each school. Students focus on identity. Who am I? Who are we? And what it means to be a community of individuals. A fourth grade might think about what people might want to know about them as a group and break that down to think about who the individuals in the group are. An example at one school, we're loud, but then a deeper look, are we all loud? Part of this work is creating a shared language of identity in all schools that is recognized, valued, used, and understood. Fifth graders look at power, its use and misuse. Students think about how they each hold multiple identities and can use these to enact change. JSS is in its third year with Tiffany and has paired grade levels 5th and 2nd, kindergarten and 3rd, etc., where they're focusing on climate change. Older students supporting their younger cohort in action planning and implementation, culminating in a day of action at the end of the school year. Students at JFK welcome the time and space with Tiffany to figure out their changing world and changing identities, as well as the opportunity to think about themselves as change makers, both as individuals and as community. Students at BSS, Leeds, and Ryan Road each choose a different mentor text. This year, it is The Artivist by Nicholas Smith, which is a picture book combining art and activism. The work Tiffany does with our students and teachers is grant dependent. This was a powerful presentation. Some of us were able to witness the JSS culminating project at the end of school 2022 and felt that this is exactly the work we aimed to support in our district improvement plan. The committee strongly recommends that their work be featured on our NPS website, shared far and wide, celebrated by our city, and financially supported in its expansion. Many, many thanks to Tiffany, her school-based co-teachers, and our students across our district for embracing this learning. And we will be meeting, I think it's May the 3rd, is that right? Yeah. And you still can't come before 5, right?
That, right.
Okay, we are going to meet on May 3rd. The time may be a little flexible on that. So May 3rd will be our next meeting, and we will let you know the hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we are up to Bobby and the
Bobby
business
has to
administrator.
unmute.
Oh, Bobby has to wait, I can't find Bobby. Did you make her a co-host? Hold on, I can. Okay, I'm gonna unmute her and then you can find her.
All good.
Okay, there she is.
Yeah. Okay, so, it was, well, I don't need that one. Janelle, I don't think. Yeah, if you go to that, thank you. So, oh, good. Oh, good. So it was asked at the last meeting that, I review this rather than just putting it in the packet, which I'm happy to do. One question I would have, would you like this done quarterly or monthly? And either is fine by me. The other thing I'd like to add is that, just so that you know, that payroll is not encumbered. So there's a lot of areas that will look like there is a lot of money left when that is in fact not the case. But I can go through right now, line by line. I see somebody has a hand up.
Member Seraphy Cox.
I just wanted to say that my opinion would be quarterly is fine.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, that's up to the committee at a later date, whatever you let me know either way. But for tonight's meeting, we can roll through this. I'd take it by the actual funds. So the first one would be the school committee expense. And that would be, you'd notice that there is at the bottom, if you look to the right, under available budget, or actually on the top, so you'll see columns, original appropriation, if there were any transfers, what the revised budget was, year-to-date expended, encumbrances, available budget, and then the percent that is used. So if you look at the first section there, the school committee expense, and you look at the bottom of that section, it looks like 60.5% is not spent. I'm sorry, is spent, sorry. So you'll see in the first line of that section, school committee pay, that has just, it will be expended, it just has not been as of yet. And then the third line down, the school committee software, which is the board docs that we've had a lot of talk about, that we have not paid as of yet. I think we will be having to pay at least the 9,000 because we have used it, even though my contact with the company is not getting me anywhere in getting a new invoice. So I still have that battle to deal with. That is that section. And I think in this case, if you have questions and you want to stop me, please do. So the next section is the superintendent office expense, which includes all the payroll, includes supplies, contract service, travel, professional development, etc. If you look at the lines again, you're going to see that there is a lot of that have money that will actually be expended because they're payroll lines, such as the first line superintendent, the superintendent office support, etc. So those are payroll lines that will actually get expended. There is one line that's overspent. That is for additional pay. As you can imagine, we've had additional hours going into doing all these public records requests, etc. So the bottom line there looks 83.14 is, or 83.1 is spent, but that again will be greater than that after payroll is completed. Then the next section, and if you look all the way to the left, I'm looking at like the 1230, if you look at the descriptor, 1230 other district admin. Those are DESI codes. That's how I end up doing my end of year reporting. So that's why it's broken down in this manner. So 1230 district admin, which is our registrar, and then her additional pay that she may need during the year to do. That will end up being spent. Go down, we come next to the business and finance. That would be the business office expense. Again, the first two lines are payroll, that will end up being expensed. So a lot of this is, to me, looking at this is really kind of hard to follow because you don't get to see what the reality is. So what I would like to do in the coming year is to maybe create a report that I can take from this and include the encumbrances, even though it has to be done manually at this point. But that would give you a truer picture as we go month to month. But that will take some work on my part. The next line is just fringe benefits. Then we got the legal. This is the big one for us. We're going to be discussing that later on. Right now, you'll see that it's overspent by quite a bit, but we will talk about that, I think, in our later in our agenda.
Yep.
The next line, 1450, admin technology. Again, a lot of this payroll, which you will see that will be spent by the time you get your June report. And if you do that quarterly, at the end of June, we should have everything done because we will have encumbered the September to August payrolls, and then the June payrolls will be spent out. That report would probably come in July so that you can see that. The next section is the curriculum expenditures. Again, there's some quite a bit of salary lines in there, so even though it looks like there is quite a bit left, it really isn't the case. The next part is 2120 department heads. That is, again, same thing. So you're going to see this throughout this whole report. You're going to see that there's payroll lines that will get spent down, but they're not encumbered. And encumbered, I'm sure you all know, just means that we've like either put out purchase orders to promise payment for certain things. So 2130 is instructional technology, leadership and training, and that is, I actually have to look at what that is. Oh, that is our data specialist, and that money will or will not be because she's left and we have not rehired at this point. The next line is the 2210, which is principal expenditures. Again, not great shakes, a lot of payroll lines. I'd like to show it to you in a different manner than this because it would just, this is misleading without having that payroll all encumbered. The next is the building technology, which is your 2250. That is only got $1,000 left in that. 2305, that's all your instructional. So that's all, that'll be a big section for you. That's all instructional. And that's reported kind of on a separate thing on the year-end report. And again, mostly salaries, so that is monies that will be spent that don't show up here right now. And then we have, next section is the 2320, which is all your therapies, therapy assistants. Again, mostly payroll, very few lines. That shows a lot left, but again, that payroll will be spent. The next few sections are on substitutes. That's the 2324, 2325. Those sections, there's quite a bit of money that looks like it's overspent in lines. What I need to look at along with my assistant is to see, does that belong in that line or should it have been attributed to a line where, say, a teacher was out? And if that teacher was out, we should have probably charged it to that regular line. But again, I have to be careful as how I'm reporting it to the state at the end of the year. So I just want to make sure that how this is exactly what it should be. And so we'll have some line item transfers that will probably come to the committee at a later date. 2330 is the paraprofessionals and the aides. That is, looks like there's a lot spent in that there's very little left over. Again, I have to look at that. There is quite a bit encumbered in the home tutor contract service, which is the last line of that section. Then we'll go to 2430, which is library media. Again, salaries, that sort of thing. 2352, those are all salaries. 2356 is PD, some money left in there. 2410 textbooks, and that is, you know, minimum money left there. 2415, this is again all school instructional supplies. There is some money left, but if you recall, we did put the freeze on, so that money will be left at the end, or some of that money will be left at the end of the year. And I might mention again that we did put the freeze on, but it certainly has not stopped if it's absolutely necessary to get something that is happening. We are not preventing all expenses from happening, but we are just being as conservative as we can. The next section is hardware devices. That has money in it. Then instructional hardware for 2453 is the DESI code. Instructional software, 2710 is guidance and social work, which is salaries for the most part. There's yeah, this is all your guidance department. 2720 testing, there's a bit left. 27 or 2800, that's all salaries. That will end up being spent for the most part. 3100 is attendance, so our attendance officer, which is salary, is paid from there. And then some travel, which hasn't been used at this point. 3200 medical health services. So that's all your nurses, your LPNs. Again, a lot of salary in there that will be spent. The 3300 is your transportation line, and that is looks, you get some money left, but there's some things that we're going to have to look at. Another thing that you want to look at when you're looking at these reports is that encumbrance column. As we get to this point in the year, we are going to start reducing those, reducing and or increasing as needed those encumbrances. So that will also change, but that's a line you want to look at. If you have questions, we can certainly answer those. 3400 is food services. We talked about this in our actual reductions, so you'll see that nothing has been spent out of this section at this point. What typically happens year after year is that there's a couple times a year we make transfers from the general fund into the cafeteria revolving to help support that account. But at this point, that account is in really good standing, given the fact that we are still receiving all the free lunches at this point. Then we get into the athletic department. that has transportation, and then you'll see that's negative if you look under the available budget. But again, we'd have to look at that encumbrance line. 3520 is other student activities, so your co-curricular stipends, then your supplies and that sort of thing. Those will again be expensed. 3,600, your school security. 4110 is your custodial expense. This is probably one of the categories that will be something that you want to keep an eye on throughout the year. Want to see if there's a line I can point out. So if we look at, no, I guess it's going to be the next section. 4130, if you look at JFK, which is, I'm trying to see my lines here, is the gas. So I'm looking for the gas line here. Water service, oh, it's up there, okay, under 4120, I'm sorry, heat. If you look at JFK, which is M, so it starts with the MO41 2000. It looks like there's 98,000 left in that line. So we look at that and we say, oh my gosh, that's a lot. What's happening? Are they really that energy efficient? Probably not. So what we found is that there's actually a problem with the meter. So that's being looked into, so that too will get spent down. But those are the kind of things that we track on a regular basis, is just looking at what's left, what's encumbered, et cetera. And if we see something like that, we know that probably there is a problem with that particular line. And then down to utilities, the 4130s. Again, that's subject to change. As the bills come in, that a lot of that will be spent. 4210, maintenance of grounds, that will get spent. Probably not all, depending on what happens for the rest of the year, but remains to be seen. So 4220 is maintenance of buildings. That is all your contract services, your maintenance supplies, heating, flooring, electrical, that sort of thing. There's a lot, you'll notice that might change. So for instance, there may be years where that flooring line isn't spent, but then there's a year like this year where it is. And what a lot of that has to do with all the gym floors getting done. There's a lot of work in this past year on the roofing, and that was due to having the solar panels put in. They had to do work on the roof prior to that happening, and that sort of thing. 4230, maintenance of equipment, is the same sort of thing. 4300, extraordinary maintenance, is there hasn't been too much spent, but that's a good thing. We did have a couple issues, but at this point the city is supporting moving some of the capital fund tailings around to handle some of those extraordinary things that crop up from time to time. Tech maintenance salaries, again, that will get spent down. 4450, tech maintenance expenses. 23 is crossing guards, that's salaries. Your civic activities, I'm not really sure what that line is. I'll have to look at that. That's your LPAC caregiver. The line you'll see there under contract lane change is the money that was put aside in the budget for, because the contract at the time of the budget, to my understanding, was not settled. So there was an amount of money that was put aside and then moved into and I'm sure approved by school committee prior, into the various individual lines. And then you have your tuitions, again, for your special education, and that will be spent down. And that gives us, if you look at the bottom line, it looks like we have 68% used, so that leaves us with like 40%. But again, I just remind you that there are quite a few payrolls that are left. There's 6 payrolls for the July to June employees and 10 payrolls for the school year employees. So this number will look very different in the end at June. So if you would like, I can present something similar to this. I could create something that would include the encumbrances that might make it a bit clearer for you. And I could do that quarterly, or I could do it monthly. So I would take suggestions on
Thank you,
that.
Bobby, for going through that. Anyone have questions or suggestions for how you would like Bobby to present this in the future? We heard one vote for quarterly. I'm seeing nods that quarterly will work.
Could we continue to have these in our packet monthly, but not be reviewed, and then you can just report quarterly?
Yep, absolutely.
And for the quarterly report, could you include the encumbered expenses, please?
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's great.
Do you need a motion for that?
No.
Great.
No. Okay, does anyone have any other questions for Bobby? Anything else you wanted to cover, Bobby?
I do, and then the next thing was, in looking at, if you could click on the April 4th, 2023 bill warrant. So our typical process has been, and this, I checked in with my assistant, and this has been traditionally voted, or historically voted on, that there'd be a single signer, and that dates back to before COVID. And at that point, the single signer would come in and review everything. And then COVID hit, and we then went to email. So we would email this, and it got to the point where I believe just this cover sheet that you're looking at right now was sent to the single signer. And they actually approved that. So what we've changed after the last meeting, if you could scroll down a bit, Janelle, for me, is that we're now sending to the single signer this, can you keep scrolling down a bit, Janelle? Sorry. So this cover sheet, and then we're gonna send this back up, and I'm sorry that it came out that way. So that what this backup will have is it shows you everything that goes again. So if you look at the top, so it's on the left, it says after school. You should be able to take those totals, like the one circle, and scroll back up to your summary page. And that should match. So you'd see the two, whatever it is, 3812. And go back down, you'll see that'll be your backup. Is that something that you want to see? I only did this one particular batch because this one is actually smaller. I think it's 86 pages. Is that how you would like to see it, or is there something different?
Member Robbins says yes. Anyone else have thoughts? Member Stein and Member Seraphy Cox, I don't know if you're responding to that question or something else.
Yeah, sort of a question related to it. So I guess one clarification, like, is what you're saying that either the vice chair or the chair signs these, and that what we've been doing at least for a while is signing things that we don't have any details about? Is that, like, not all the items, right? Like some of these that are just, couple strings of numbers, you'd have no idea what they are, and it's like $28,000. So I guess, like, what is the job of the warrant signer? Are they supposed to, are they signing on behalf of the district and saying, hey, this is correct? Like what? Okay, so if we're signing things without knowing what they are, that's concerning. So I would say, yeah, we need everything.
So I think what it would be, and again, I'm not 100% positive, but from what I've understood, is that it used to be before COVID, the single signer would see that and then come in to the office, actually come into the office and review all of that. I think that changed with COVID. So that's why now we're bringing it back around. So it's up to you as a committee as to what you want to see. Did that answer you, Member Stein?
Yeah, it did. I'm just, I would just prefer, I want to have a good oversight control there that makes sense. And I am dismayed that we're signing warrants that people don't know what they're signing. It's just not a great practice.
And I will say, though, that anybody could come in at any time to review. We have everything there in our office. We have all the backup. So you are welcome to come. I know that shouldn't be the process, but it is there if you need it for any reason. But if we're going to leave it with a single signer, then the process that we would start now, pending a different vote from school committee, would be that all that backup was sent, as I just showed on the previous thing. That backup would be sent with that cover sheet and then signed by the single signer and then provided at each future school committee meetings. The problem with if we don't do it in that fashion, we would be holding up payment to our vendors if we had to wait for all people to sign. Because you only meet once a month and they do warrants twice a month. So I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead, Bobby.
I was gonna say, I don't know if maybe you put this on a future agenda for discussion as to how we handle this and maybe take a different vote.
Okay, let's go to Member Seraphy Cox, who's had her hand up for a while.
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to say that I was on the school committee when signing was happening, as you were talking about before COVID. And at that time, the person who signed the warrant, it's not necessarily the vice chair, it's just that with who happened to be the person that was appointed or volunteered. It used to be Member Fallon, Laura Fallon, that single signer would review everything with the backup, and then we as the school committee would just get the list. And we could ask questions and, have further information if we had questions about any of the items. It's important to me that the signer has all of the backup. It's not important to me that all of the school committee members have all of the backup, but anybody who's going to be signing on behalf of the district absolutely should have the backup. So, Bobby, thank you for catching that practice was inconsistent with our past practice and with what we should be doing. So I'm very glad to hear that that's changing. I don't really feel like we need a vote on that, but I'll defer to others if they feel otherwise.
Okay, Member Goldman?
Yeah, Member Stein, I just want to give you a little context of the situation before COVID and during COVID, that Member Fallon had been signing warrants for many years and was very involved with the school committee and was really on top of things, and had no reservations in asking many questions about things. And Cammie was running the books back then, and she and Laura just had developed a relationship over years for the warrant signing, so I'm confident that it was well managed during COVID when things were a little thinner, and I'm also an advocate for backup to be provided at the time of signing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there any other discussion on this, on the warrants? No?
Thank you,
Okay.
Bobby.
Yes, thank you, Bobby, for all of that. And there's nothing else that you need to cover, am I right?
No, I would just say that, thank you to Member Stein and Member Robbins, bringing this up to my attention and for getting us to move forward with it. So.
Terrific, thank you.
Bobby, do we review the other things or no on the slide?
Not yet.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So if you're done with the business administrator report, then we can move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Pearson Campbell.
So tonight we'll be reviewing the budget. I'd like to invite Josh Dixon and Bobby again part of their presentation tonight. So let me just bring that forward. Give me 1 second, please. So Bobby, I'll do the slides and then you'll be able to talk from there.
Okay, do you want to go through the first couple slides?
I will, just do the slideshow.
Okay.
So before I begin, I'd like to thank all my alt team and help prepare this budget tonight. So all team members today, it was a tough decision for these past few months, but we're happy that we're working all together for this budget for this year. So I want to start by saying some good news. We want to thank our mayor for the one-time $1,200,000 funds from the city stabilization funds. This will limit the amount of staffing and other reductions for next year in our district. Our first grade paraprofessionals will be maintained at all elementary schools. Our high school will have additional paraprofessionals and campus monitors to support all students. Every school will have the same number of special education teachers for FY24. Therefore, we'll be able to collaborate with community partners to support all of our diverse learners. We have grants to support our early literacy and math implementation for FY24. Our high school will offer innovative courses to prepare students for career outside of the classroom, such as innovative pathways. Our professional development is continuing to be supported with various community and federal grants to support curriculum development and social emotional learning. As we continue on our good news, our educators and administrators are in the process of creating opportunities for all students preparing for college and career readiness and planning for years to come. Northampton Public School District, Northampton School Committee, within school administrators and Northampton Association of School Employees will be working on a plan to stabilize the budget for years to come. And these are just some of the things they're looking at: our early literacy and math programs, college and career innovative programs, diversity, equity, and inclusion, connecting the community with restorative justice practices, social emotional learning, understanding special education process, implementation, and understanding English language learners, support for language acquisition. So we would like to thank our mayor and all of our union and our school committee for supporting us on this journey. Now, one of the last meetings, we're talking about how does this budget connect to our overall and connect to our school improvement plans. And so our goal 1 is empower and engage caregivers in the community through classroom, school, and district collaboration that is culturally responsive and values anti-bias, anti-racist practices. So here are the school improvement goals listed below for all of our schools. So Bridge Elementary School is increased family engagement and partnership. Jackson Street Elementary School will strengthen our homeschool partnership. This will be a multi-year purpose. Leeds Elementary School will continue to nurture the school community and culture that supports social emotional wellness of all our staff, students, caregivers, that is culturally responsive and values anti-bias, anti-racist practices.
RK Finn Ryan Road during the 2023 year will empower engaged caregivers through classroom and collaboration is culturally responsive. The JFK Middle School will be focusing on family engagement. And for Goal 1 through 4, our high school will be developing a school improvement plan that will be developed and shared next year, since we just having our new principal coming on. Goal number 2 is to strengthen and sustain professional growth opportunities and collaboration for district employees with a focus on equity and anti-bias work in order to increase student engagement and mastery of student area standards. The school improvement plan's goals for goal number 2, Bridge Elementary School will structure time throughout the year for individual collaboration and reflection to use data to inform instruction, raise achievement for all students, and create a climate of belonging. Jackson Street Elementary School will continue to be a community of care where all stakeholders work together to care for ourselves and our environment. We will take into account our intersecting identities and our positions on ladder and privilege. Leeds Elementary School will focus on professional development, collaboration, activities that focus on equity and anti-bias work to support student engagement. RK Finn Ryan Road will strengthen and sustain professional growth opportunities and collaboration for school employees to focus on equity, anti-bias work in order to increase student engagement. And JFK Middle School implement academic professional development structures, more transparent and equitable learning and opportunity. As we go to goal number 3, is to provide instruction and curriculum that empower all students to explore who they are, to embrace and honor the world around them, to identify and think critically about the messages they receive, and be powerful contributors to this change. So the goals for goal number 3 for Bridge Elementary School is to develop and implement anti-racist, anti-bias, trauma-informed practices, and restorative practices. Jackson Elementary School will differentiate instruction in all directions so all learners have access to appropriately challenging, meaningful work that represents their interests and identities. Leeds Elementary School will strengthen the Leeds educator to use data to inform instruction, identify inequity and performance of our marginalized population, exploit learning for all students using grade level curriculum with necessary scaffolding, modifications, and accommodations. Ryan Road, students will be able to gain the skills and knowledge they need to engage in citizens in global society. And JFK Middle School will begin to understand the standard-based grading for more transparent and equitable learning and reporting. On this next slide, goal number 4, address the current inequity of education resources through a data-driven framework of strategies to provide equitable outcomes for students. So each one of these are the links for the school improvement plan. So if when you click, I'll just do one of them because time is of the essence. Each one of these links provides the school improvement plan for each school and shows you how they're going to connect their goals and their resources for next year. Some may receive grants from NEF, some also looking at the budget per se, and that's what we're working on as we go forward. So this is for your reference. Our Northampton High School will provide school improvement plan for 23-24, and Principal Worley will be working with his team to present that for next year. So that's our connection to our district improvement plan, school improvement plan, and our data tools for next year. I mean, this is your section. Okay, before we head there, can you pull up that other slide so that I can have you click on a link there? The one that you did. Okay, so if you could just click on that, yeah, the one that your cursor's on, budget. Okay, so I know it was difficult for everybody to understand the logic behind how I did it. And while nothing changed as far as the actual numbers go, I did this sheet to try to make it clearer as to the process. And I have to thank Director Nardi for working with me to try to help me to make it clearer for everybody to see the picture. So if I had presented in a different way, we would have looked at it like the level service budget was the 154. And then I added the 615, 388 that was previously paid in school choice. I added into the actual budget document along with the 560, 190 for the special ed. That would give us a total for our budget that was needed of the 38, 330. Sorry, can't see that good. And then we had initially what I was saying was the deficit in the school choice of $1.1 million, but we already put in, as you saw above in the first part, the 615. 388, so that left us with a school choice deficit that we needed to make up of the 480, 612. So now we take the total budget needed, which was the 38 from the first section, and then the 484 from the second part. That left us with that number of the 38, 315. I'm sorry if I'm reading these wrong, because I don't have my other sheet in front of me. 38, 815, it looks like. Then you take what the city provided. And I did have a recommendation too that I will definitely change up for next year. That left us with what we needed to reduce, which was the $1,048,000. And how we were getting to that reduction was by using the ESSER funds of 400 and the cuts as we will present in a little bit of the 649. So you'll see your two numbers need to reduce, and then how we got to the reductions came the same. So hopefully that might help to clear that up a little bit. Again, the numbers have not changed. What we needed to do has not changed. But hopefully this presents it a little easier for others to see. Okay, and then you can just, oh, you already got back in there. I did do, just so you know, I did do an updated, and that was sent to everybody right there, yep, updated school choice projection. Oh, and again, that's sideways. So you'll see that we're ended up, after we do this, we'll end up with 253,443 still in the hole. And that's a result of the projection that was done originally was the 3,097,479. And then we had to add in COLAs and steps and that sort of thing, because that just remained stagnant from 23 to 24. So once we added that in, we came up with 3,357,054. We took out the 615,288. Then we took out the 451,280, which would give us expenses of 229,486, which at the end of the year projected for FY24 will be 253,443. And member Stein, I don't know if I do that.
Member Stein?
Yeah, just, Bobby, that was sort of vertical, but was that an updated version of the school choice revolving account?
Yes.
That you were showing, okay, so you're showing that for at the end of fiscal year 24, we're gonna have an additional deficit of that 253.
443.
Okay. Thanks, just wanna make sure that's what it was.
Reading it right sideways.
Okay.
Okay, so now we can go back to the regular presentation.
Barbara, this is your section.
Okay, you can go advance to the screen. Okay. So again, this is the same thing we just went over, but it was done in a different manner. So we had, what I had done here with the proposed budget was the 37,770. I can't tell if somebody's asking something.
No.
Okay. $37,772.06, which was a 7.43% increase. And then including the school choice deficit, and the out-of-district tuitions that we've been talking about right along would have given us 39,430, 396. The city provided the 37,765, 747, which would have left us with a deficit of 1,664,649. And then if you go to the next slide. Again, this will show you how this comes down. So the 39,430, we subtract out the 615,288, the 400 we're using from ESSER, the new amount 38,415,108, take away the revised amount of the 37,765, you come up with the deficit of the 649,361, which we will show in the following slides how we got to that 649,361. But I would just want to mention right now that, if you can go back, yep. If you vote a budget tonight, the budget number you will be voting is the 37,765, 747. After a vote is provided, I will go back and update documents, and I will update pages for the book, and we can go for there. But if you do vote the budget, the number to vote is the 37,765, 747. Okay, you can go ahead, Janelle. So these following slides are the recommendations from our alt team, who really worked really hard to come up with what they came up with affecting people in front of kids the least, affecting staff the least that they could do. So we'll go by school. So Bridge Elementary, she has a para educator that's retiring. She won't be filling the position. She doesn't need to fill that position due to class sizes that are changing. She has a school psychologist that is retiring, so there'll be a slight savings there. Music teacher that is retiring, that will bring in a savings. And then she will be eliminating a 5th grade class again due to the number of enrollment. So that will be the one position there, and that relates back up to the paraeducator and not needing that position. But in addition to that, taking out these numbers, what we did is we added back in $30,000 for the 1st grade paraprofessional, and you'll see this in each of the elementary schools, to support the reading, and additional support in the elementary schools. This was paid in ESSER funds in FY23, this current year we're in, but will be back into the budget for FY24. And then this is just the slide for the class counts. So you can see the numbers for how many number of classes there are and how many students in each class, along with of that amount of how many are school choice students. And that again, you'll see in each of the elementary schools. Jackson Street, she has a retiring teacher. She's not going to fill that position. With the numbers that came in, she will not need 3 kindergarten classes. She will only need 2. So she has a savings there. Her interventionist is retiring, so we'll see some savings there as they were at the top of the scale. She's making small individual cuts of $7,000, which would be from supplies, instructional, or not instructional supplies, but software, hardware, little pieces of miscellaneous items. She is eliminating the .2 APE teacher, which is the adaptive phys ed teacher, and that is no longer needed. The need is not there anymore, so that position will be eliminated. And then her kindergarten para, again, having to do with the classroom size and the fact that she can go from 3 down to 2, and won't need that para position anymore. And then the addition of the first grade paraprofessional. And the next slide is the class sizes again, same thing. I don't want to speak to the numbers because I don't know what is the best for the numbers. Leeds Elementary, back up. Yep, Leeds Elementary, there's a grade 5 teacher. That's a retirement, so the anticipated savings from hiring would be about 15,000. Reducing the professional development stipends. And then conference expenses, the same. These were lines that there's money in. They're not eliminated, they're just reduced. And then she has the tech integration retirement savings of 11,541 and the addition of the first grade paraprofessional. And then student counts. And you can go to the next one. If you want to stop me because you want to look at the student counts more, please do. RK Finn Elementary, retirees, anticipated savings of 26.5, tech integration, savings from retirement, BCBA, that would be the elimination of the BCBA, based on the student delivery of goals. And that's a 0.5, I think. I might have said that. 0.5 FT. And then the grade 3 paraprofessional and the paraeducator would transition to the kindergarten teacher, special ed teacher, sorry. And then addition, in this case, would be the first grade paraprofessional that we spoke of, 30,000. And she would also increase, or not increase, but add math interventionist position of 70,741 to provide the direct student support in math. They currently don't have any tier 2 mathematics interventionists. We can go to the next slide, which will be the student or the school class sizes. And then we'll move on to JFK. She is reducing enriching students' curriculum for 6,980, Pickboard software, 4,834, reducing the PD conferences by 7,000, eliminating a 0.5504 coordinator, eliminating her library/ELL ESP position, science teacher that is retiring, so anticipated savings, and band teacher retiring, anticipated savings. And then her classes here. And then we'll move on to Northampton High School. He's eliminating 22,446 between 3 lines. There's a software line, a textbook line, and a supply line. So he'll reduce those lines. In addition to that, though, he is adding some high school campus monitors, which were actually added in, I believe, this year, but funded from a contract service line in the amount of 65,217. This is the campus monitor explanation. They currently have 1 ELL, 1 dual enrollment, 3 campus monitors, and 20 special education paraeducators. 2 of the 3 campus monitor positions were new in the budget this year and not included in the budget next year, which is why we're adding them back in now. We rely on having 3 campus monitors who work with the administrative team to maintain a safe and focused learning environment. The campus monitors are responsible for supervising the hallways and the cafeteria, implementing safety plans, escorting students, and staffing internal suspensions when needed. The building size is 214,000 square feet with 4 floors and over 28 exterior doors. They run 4 lunches. Almost every day includes flex time during which students choose where they go and what they will work on with guidance from their mentors. They're home to a range of special education programs and have students who come and go during the day to college classes and internships. All of this makes for a complex environment, and the campus monitors are essential to keeping all of this running smoothly, knowing where every student is, addressing problematic behavior, and keeping everyone safe and making sure the school is welcoming and supportive. And then we'll go on to the class after that. And that's the estimated enrollments from high school. And then we go into the central office / district reductions. So we are reducing the tech software hardware line of $20,000. That will be supported in part by a grant that is good for 3 years. I don't have all the details to that, but that was set in stone with Molly before she left. The nursing care coordinator is being reduced to 0.5. That has been, well, it was hired, they did hire for a 0.5, but since that person has left. So that won't be a change to anybody. That'll just go out as a new advertisement for a 0.5. Nursing care coordinator, then the Clark rental, which will be at Jackson Street School. There'll be income from that, so we'll use 24,000 of that. We
Excuse
are
me,
eliminating, yeah?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
For the Clark rental, is that a new revenue stream?
Yes. Yeah, that's something that they're working on doing now. It's where the Clark comes in and they can rent some of the space within the school.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yep. And then the digital literacy director is resigned, so we are going to reduce that position to 0.5. Board docs that we've talked about before, we're going to reduce the subscription from the professional edition to the regular, which simply means that you can still use all the benefits of the board docs, but the pro includes subcommittees, and I think until we're using it efficiently, we should reduce it to the 9. Maintenance, Tony, Director Kuznaris came up with some lines he could cut for a total of $5,584. Copier lease, we had a savings of $10,500. It was mentioned earlier, thank you, that, that came through, but I have to thank my predecessors because they're the ones who worked on the contract. So I can only deliver the good news. I wasn't actually part of getting the good news. So, and then reducing the non-represented raises from 5% to 4%. Summer school, again, this is a line that I had increased because we had typically overspent that line. I'm working in conjunction with Director Dixon and Tammy Weaver to see how we can make things more efficient in order to cut that line down and still provide the programming that we need to provide. The special ed restructuring 63,775, which Director Dixon will speak about afterwards. Tutor for regular ed staff, a tutor for regular education contracted services. Those lines were just reduced. There is still money in those lines. So it was just a slight reduction for those lines. Slight reduction in the instructional supplies. Therapy contracted services, that again is just a reduction. It is not an elimination. Renegotiation of director and health and safety contract, and review of placement of Title IX, who's responsible for the Title IX, for 10,000, and reducing a student services clerk to 10 months, savings to the local budget, but the position will remain the same, but be funded 0.2 from the 240 grant. And then a reduction in the bus monitor line of 16.4. Again, that is a reduction. It's not an elimination. We will still have monitors as needed on the buses. NPS portion of IT services is 10,000. There was staff changes due to resignations and changes in employment. Local fund cafe support 35 to 26, as I mentioned when we were sort of reviewing the report. We fund the cafeteria as needed. I didn't eliminate the entire lines, but I did reduce them. Right now, the cafeteria revolving account has close to $1 million in a balance, and they have current expenses of around $1 million and current revenue. So without this support, they're still going to be in good standing. And if the free lunches don't continue, what we'll do is to gradually build that line back up so that we're not, won't be a problem going in. PD supplies, food expenses, contractual, and PD stipends, those were all reduced slightly. There is still money in those lines. They will also look towards grants to see how they can help out with these reductions if necessary. Central offices, conferences, and PD, that was a slight reduction, and district traffic. So those are what the suggested cuts are in bringing forward. They don't, I don't want to say they don't affect student facing, but they don't affect people at this point because it's the majority is due to either resignations or retirements. So I feel pretty good there. And then just an ESSER funds update. The next slide is just showing what we had in ESSER 2. ESSER 2 ends in FY23. We had a math interventionist at JFK and a 0.67 virtual ed teacher. That grant ends 6/30, so those positions will be eliminated. ESSER 3, everything there will be continued with the exception of the BCBA. Bridge Street School had decided not to keep the first grade paraeducator in FY23 in order to have the BCBA. But at this point, they're going back to the first grade paraeducator, which those first grade paraeducator positions were built into the budget. So those are part of the budget. And then another piece of the ESSER 2, which again ends in FY23, is that we had a CSO grant that funded a full-time counselor. That ends, so that position will be eliminated. Are some other ESSER funds that can be moved around and amendments that could be made to work out various scenarios. That would be for later discussion. But this was, I think this was the second or third year. I think it was this year, FY23, I think was the third year that this happened. But will not be done by this grant anymore. Thank you, Bobby. Josh, are you on? Director Dixon?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Give me one second. I just want to move this.
So all of the information contained in the next few slides, with the exception of the average caseloads, is information that's been contained in my previous presentations as well, and/or in the two follow-up memos to the committee. But I wanted to put the information in a different format to hopefully make it a little bit clearer around what exactly the shifts in staffing and the shifts in responsibility will be for the various positions. And this is the same information that was presented to our CPAC during our last CPAC meeting. So for FY22 and FY23, there's been myself or Dr. Plummer as the director, and then two full-time associate directors, one who supervises early childhood and elementary special education programming, and one who supervises middle and high school, as well as transitional special education programming for our students through age 22. For FY24, I am proposing a reduction of one associate director, and so there will only be two full-time special education administrators in the central office. Go ahead, Janelle. So with the reduction of one of the associate directors, the roles will shift between myself and the remaining associate director. I know that in my original presentation, I had suggested some title changes, but what I did was put the current titles of everyone, so that way it's a little bit cleaner around sort of what each person will be doing irrespective of what we call them. So for myself, I will continue to do all of the things that I did this year, as well as provide direct supervision to our early childhood center staff and our preschool itinerant services. And then in addition to that, I will be the primary administrative point of contact for our early childhood department and our elementary schools, so preschool through grade 5. And then the associate director role will assist our ETLs, or special education coordinators, and building principals in supervising special education services pre-K through grade 12 and beyond through age 22. And will continue to serve as the primary administrative point of contact for our middle school, high school, and transition age special education services. In part by reducing one of the special education or student services, rather, administrators. Oh, Janelle, you went crazy with clicking. There we go. Thank you. With the reduction of one of the associate directors, we talked about the special education restructuring, which would expand our current ETL model to include our elementary schools. And with that, there would be one ETL, or special education coordinator, for each of the two elementary schools, so two in total for the elementary level, one at the middle school level, and one at the high school level. Their roles, which are a little bit different than their current roles, will be to participate in building-based core, care, or STARS meetings. Those are the weekly meetings that take place within each building. Each has a slightly different name, but they are sort of our SST, RTI meetings that take place. So it's not necessarily special education, but it's always helpful to have a special education lens in those meetings. They will also chair all IEP meetings, which is a change. Typically, they only chaired our initial and reevaluation meetings, but I'm adding annual review meetings as well. As I've talked about previously, it's really around having more consistency, around having a team chair so that it is 4 people as opposed to our 60 special education teachers. They will also develop all of our IEPs with the exception of goals and objectives, so there's more consistency around the content and hopefully to streamline the process a little bit to make our timelines more efficient. They will continue to support our special education teachers with case management, collaborate with building administration to ensure IEP compliance, and be a primary point of contact for families related to IEP questions and concerns. They are already authorized at the middle school and high school level to commit district resources. As I've shared previously, if there's any large commitment of district resources, such as additional staffing or any significant change in placement, either the associate director or myself would be present at the team meeting. They will, sort of the rest of those responsibilities are sort of nitty gritty, but they're the same ones that I had included in the memo, so I also included them here. And then, of course, we would continue to have our special education teachers. There are no supervisory responsibilities under our special education coordinators, which is why the division of our elementary, middle, and high school special education services are divided amongst myself and the remaining associate director for the upcoming school year. Go ahead, Janelle. This is the same table that you saw previously in the memo with an extra column added for average caseload size. So Bridge Street and Leeds, because they have both preschool teachers as well as preschool students, there are two average caseload numbers. The first number with the asterisk represents with our preschool students and preschool staff factored into the average. And the line below is excluding our preschool students and our preschool teachers to give you a more accurate comparison to the other two elementary schools as well as our secondary schools. One thing that was brought up at the subcommittee meeting, which I think is important to bring up here as well, is that our special education staffing ratios and numbers are based on student need. And so, for example, you may have a student who requires multiple hours of one-on-one special education teacher services. That would not be the same at every school. It's really student dependent. And so when we make recommendations from year to year, it's not, you can't really make apple-to-apple comparisons because each student's needs and each student's IEP is customized to their particular needs. Janelle, you can go to the next slide. And then for paraeducators, this is the same slide that you had in your memo as well. As you can see, sort of by the grand total, in FY22, we had 104.6 special education paraeducators. This year, we're down a little bit to 96.4, and next year, the projection is for 100.4 in total. 2 points that I just want to draw your attention to are that the high school number of 25 includes the two additional special education paras that were included in the slides previously when Bobby was going through additions. There are two paraeducators currently at the high school, one who support our EL students and one who support our dual enrollment students, which are coded as special ed on the personnel spreadsheet, but in fact, they play more of a general education role. And so when I made my original projection of 25, I had counted them, but that is in fact not the case. And so that's why you won't see a change from 25 to 27. And two other points that I wanted to make is that this chart is slightly different than the chart that I had in my original January presentation, because that included all paraeducators district-wide, as opposed to just special education. But because there were questions and concerns around our special education staffing, I thought it was really important to just pull out our special education paras over the course of the past 2 fiscal years and our projections for next year. And then the column for next year has a few notations around the fact that, for example, at Bridge Street, the 16.2 paraeducators doesn't include our one-to-one nurse for our students, and similarly at Ryan Road, the 8.0 FTE does not include the 1.0 LPN. They're reflected on different budget lines in the budget book, but because they're one-to-one staffing for students, I just wanted to make sure that there was sort of a clear picture of the level of support. And then at Jackson Street School, the 11.0 paraeducators does include a 1.0 that we are currently filling through contracted services. So it's not an actual employee of the district. And so I just wanted to make that clear so that you know that there would be 10 who are employees of the district and 1 who is contracted. And that is based on student need. And I think that's the last slide.
Thank you, Josh.
Is it okay for me to go to Member Stein, Dr. Pearson Campbell?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Sorry, I lost myself here on the Zoom. Hold on. Okay, sorry. I thought I had disappeared. Yeah, thanks to all for the presentation. I know a lot of work went into this, multiple rounds of this. We saw many versions of this at the Budget and Property Subcommittee, and I appreciate seeing a lot of the feedback that other members of the committee and ourselves and community members provided. So I want to thank you all for that and recognize tremendous amount of work that went into it. I'm also really grateful that the cuts that we're facing are really ameliorated by the mayor contributing that additional money in the city stabilization fund. So that's making this conversation in next year's budget a completely different situation. And I want to have a few comments. I'm going to try to just get through them quickly in order to share with the community, since this is our meeting, we're really talking about the budget and the final version to vote on, and touch on some of the things that came up in the public comments as well. So the first thing I want to say is that part of our responsibility as members of the school committee, and for myself and my colleagues on the Budget and Property Subcommittee, is really to understand the fiscal health of the district. And facing what looked like a $1.1 million shortfall, it was actually a $2.3 million shortfall. It was really imperative for us to understand what factors caused the deficit. And some people remember our school committee began to learn about this issue, what we're calling the fiscal cliff, when Susan Wright, former business manager and our former interim superintendent, thankfully, presented details of the revolving school choice account at a school committee meeting last summer. The important thing to understand about the school choice account is that it's a revolving account. It's separate from the main budgetary accounts we were discussing here. And essentially what it is we get money for school choice students. It goes into this account. We can spend it on various expenses related to educating students. And over a number of years, it built up a sizable balance, approaching $5 million. On average, we're bringing in about $700,000 to $800,000 a year. And in about 3 to 4 years, that balance went from $5 million to negative $1.1 million. So that piggy bank subsidized a lot of structural changes that were made in the district that weren't built into the regular budget. Okay, so that's the fiscal cliff. One of the main drivers, and I appreciate Director Dixon really helping me understand these numbers throughout the course of the budget and property subcommittee meetings on this, is that when you look at our full-time staffing rates, from about 2016 to 2022, we've added 47 full-time employees. And to give you an understanding of what that is, prior to that, we had about 200 total. So we added about 25% more staff in an 8-year period. And ultimately, the issue is that increased staff expenses have not been adequately incorporated into the budget and funded accordingly. So we've been able to sort of extend ourselves by one-time money and by draining that revolving account. And now we can't do that anymore. So we're getting a 1-year bailout. And as Bobby showed you, we're still going to have additional $250,000 deficit just in that account next year. And as you may have noticed in all those ESSER numbers, we're either going to face other staff cuts or have to incorporate those dollars into the budget. So we're looking at some significant structural problems. And the question, most of those additional FTEs were added in special education, has to do with sort of adoption of the WINS model, some commitments to reduce out-of-district placements, bring students back into the district. And that's sort of commitments in a direction that was made over a number of years. And the question's not about whether or not we need those positions or about what the needs of the students are. It's really about the financial consequences of increasing that staff by 25% over 8 years and not funding it in a sustainable way. So it is accurate to say that past administrations and school committees have overseen these actions and that these actions produce the fiscal cliff. It's not accurate to say that NACE contracts alone are the main drivers. And it's also the case that many of other fixed costs, including staff benefits, contracted services, have grown significantly more than wages. Right? So if you really look at the budget, you'll see sort of some of the structural problems we have. I was really sad to receive some emails from constituents who interpreted some of the budget conversations as pitting special education against general education expenditures, though I can understand why it could be interpreted that way. Grappling with the fiscal cliff requires us to understand the increased investments in SPED FTEs and the way those expenses have been managed. Right? That's the problem. It's not a question of whether or not we need them or whether or not we need them instead of something else. So I hope that CPAC understands how the proposed staffing changes that Director Dixon has brought to the committee, who just described them, will improve consistency in IEP and 504 process. And this change makes really good sense, right, for the reasons he laid out. And it's not driven by saving money. In fact, that restructuring only saves the district a few $1,000s year over year. The lion's share of the savings in that 63 line are just moving money from one bucket to another. It's not an overall savings. And I want to say to those same families, I'm a parent of 2 students served by special education in the district. I'm confident that MPS will continue to well serve the needs of all our students, because doing so is not only the right thing to do, but also because it is our legal obligation. And in order to meet the needs of all students in the district, it's also the obligation of this community to adequately fund it. This is something that the mayor's recent actions have testified to. And I hope future work can continue to sufficiently address the structural budget issues we'll face for years to come.
Thank you, Member Stein. So we're actually not at the discussion of the budget yet, but unless there's objection, I'm going to move item I up so we can just do this now since that's where we are. Okay, Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, thank you. And all of the things that has been reiterated by others, I won't reiterate again. I'm just glad that this school committee and this alt team and just everybody in the district who is working together, including the mayor and NACE, are thinking about how, not just how to balance the budget, but about how to get students what they need. And I really see that in this process, so I really appreciate that. I have a question about a particular line item, and Bobby, if you don't have the details on this, that's fine, and I can email you the question, and you can answer it later. The line item that I have a question about is 511-500, so 511-500, superintendent office support. I see that there's an increase there over the course of several years, and I know some of that has to do with contractual increases, but or not contractual, like not well, whatever, COLAs and so forth. But I'm surprised to see it increase that much. So I'm just wondering, is that more than one staff person? Like, what does that cover?
So that is, two staff people. And that was a vote that we had taken. We did increase, the, so there's the executive assistant to the superintendent. And then there is the executive assistant, to the school committee / superintendent. And so she was paid out of the wrong grade. So that rectified by vote earlier in the year of the school committee. So that just corrected that grade. So that's why it looks like a giant increase for that purpose.
Okay, I didn't remember it being that amount. So perhaps that's just my my memory. But it's good to know that that covers 2 staff people. And do you have a list of the budget with each staff member broken out, like by FTE?
I don't have it that way, but I'm going to do that after the fact, hopefully, so that I can do it however it's voted, and have it accurate going into FY '24.
And then my only other question was about ESSERS. I appreciate seeing what is covered in ESSERS each year, and I'm just curious, does that then expend all of ESSERS 3, or where are we at with ESSERS? I know ESSERS 1 is all expended and done, and ESSERS 2 I think is pretty much all expended and done, but ESSERS 3 not yet. So if you can, I know that you sent that thing of ESSERS with all, like, many pages, but I wasn't sure. I think that was our original submission, so.
Yeah. And it was, yeah. So ESSER 1 is done, ESSER 2 will be done by the end of June. ESSER 3, there is monies left for sure. And what I'll do is I'll report out on ESSER 3 and ESSER 2 even at the end of this school year. I'll do that, report out.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just piggyback on that real quick? So for FY '24, with the 400,000 that's built into ESSER, that will then fully expend ESSER 3?
No, that doesn't fully expend ESSER 3. That will expend, the 400,000 is using that one category that we were talking about that was set aside at one point for the outside dining areas and learning areas outside, which we can't get done probably by the end of FY '24, nor would it be fair because there's no room at Bridge Street. So that's what we've been talking about. So that's what that transfer of that would be, is that 400,000. But there is still money for FY '24 in ESSER 3.
And it needs to be expended by when?
The end of FY '24.
Member Levy?
I also have questions about salaries, and so I'm a little disappointed because I thought we had asked for the, something that allows us to see each position by position. So I'm looking right now, and you tell me if this is wrong, but I'm looking at the sheet that you sent us, PDF district-wide, sorted by DESI function. And I'm just curious, before I ask questions, are those numbers still accurate or have they changed?
I have to tell you that the book that you got for FY '24 was not great. And I have to redo it, and I will, and it will be done after the budget is passed so that I can use the actual numbers that we're having so that we have information going forward that's correct. It was something that I put together kind of last minute, and it was based off of 3 different things that I was looking at. But really, it was in my scurry to get things done that made it not that great. So I'm going to say that's inaccurate in the book.
Okay, what I'm
will-
referring to right now isn't actually in the book. It's you emailed us on March 29th a bunch of PDFs. You said, please see the attached documents. There's one for the entire district and then broken out individually by district central office, NHS, JFK, BSS, and so on.
Oh, cost center? Yeah.
Maybe. It says that the subject of the email is an addition for your presentations or book. So this came after the budget book, and it's only a few weeks old, but is this information out of date?
I don't know if you can pull it up so I know what you're looking at actually.
Sure. I don't know that I can't share my screen. But as soon as I can, I will do that.
I can try to search my email too. You said March 29th?
Yeah, but here, I think I can share my screen now.
Okay.
So this is the document. Can you see it?
Yep, I can. Yep. No, that should be accurate.
Okay. So there are lots of things on here that I just don't understand. So I'm looking right here where it says business office admin. I don't know what that means, business office admin. Is this what member Seraphy Cox was asking about, actually?
No, I was asking about the, a few lines up from that, 511,500.
Got it. So this one goes from 22 actual to 23 approved. There's a $6,500 difference.
Yep. So that is similar to the one that Emily was talking about. So that includes 2. That's my salary and the assistant business administrator salary. And the assistant business administrator was being paid at a step that was inaccurate. So we corrected that went through school committee, and there was a vote taken to correct that as well. So that's why that is such an increase there.
Okay. Thanks for explaining that. That's quite an increase. I'm looking just as I go down. Here's another supervisor special ed going up a significant amount.
That's for 2 people, and that's based on their contracts.
Member Levy, can I just interrupt you for one moment?
Sure.
Can someone make a motion?
Make a motion to extend the meeting until, till forever? Till tomorrow?
I think it's one of those.
It is going to be till tomorrow.
Till forever. Or can you say it?
Suspend the rule.
Suspend the rule to extend the meeting.
Sadly, I'll second it.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller? Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
And Member Davis?
Yes.
Okay. So my next question is this one. That's going up. I don't know what PROFF clerical is. principal's office clerical is going up by more than $20,000.
That's, principal office clerical has 4 people. No, 4, I'm sorry, 3, I believe it is. And that again is under union contract.
Okay. So I think for me, I want to go back to a statement Member Stein made, which really resonated with me, which is that it's the job of the school committee to really understand the budget. And I don't know if maybe I've just not been asking in the right way, but every time we meet, I've been saying, I'm not understanding the numbers. And I've been asking to see, what are we adding right next to what are we cutting? And as far as I can tell, I haven't seen that. To understand this sheet, I mean, clearly, if I sat down with you, you could explain it to me, and I appreciate that. But I should be able to have documentation in front of me that somebody doesn't need to be able to explain to me in order to really understand what it is I'm voting for. I know that in my last comments, last meeting, I asked the administrative leadership team to go back and talk about what they felt like would be appropriate raises as opposed to what I believe was 5% or even higher being proposed. I appreciate that it came back lower. I am a little disappointed that it only came back 1 percentage point lower. I do know that, teachers have a 3% COLA, and then some teachers have a step on top of that, but I also want to note that the majority of teacher salaries are far lower than administrative salaries. So I'm saying a lot here. I guess what I'm mostly saying, though, is I am having trouble thinking about voting to pass a budget that I still don't really understand.
Josh, did you want to weigh in?
I did not want to weigh in on, I just wanted to make one comment about one of Member Levy's questions around the supervisors for special ed. Those are the 2 associate directors. So those are the 2 Unit B administrators this year. Next year, it would be actually a significant reduction just because one of those roles is changing into the coordinators. So I just wanted you to know who those supervisors are, if that makes sense.
It totally does. Oh, sorry. Just unmuting myself. It totally makes sense, and I appreciate you saying that. However, what you just said, I would want to see that reflected on this sheet so that I could understand that. It's showing an increase, and you're saying there's a decrease. And it's hard to then say, I vote for this, when I still don't, like, how many other things like that are here that in actuality are different from what they look like on paper?
Yeah, Bobby, please.
Yeah, just to remind you, though, that these numbers that you did see, or that you just shared, they are the numbers before the cuts.
Oh, but I just asked you if they were accurate, and you said yes.
I know, and they are accurate to the ask, the original ask, but they're not accurate to the cuts. That's what I was saying. I will update once the budget is voted, because I didn't want to take the cuts and take them away if those cuts weren't going to be acceptable to the committee. So I didn't reflect those in that, and will reflect them after the budget is voted by updating that sheet.
Bobby, I know that you're exhausted, and you must be. We've asked you to go over and over and over this, but I have to agree that the effort is really appreciated, but I too feel very torn about voting for a budget that still is not clear to me. And I get it that you'll change it afterwards, but we have to vote tonight on what's in front of us, and that's a really difficult thing to do. I will say, I've been thinking a lot about the format. We've had lots of conversations about this, And East Hampton's budget is really readable. And I don't know if it's a template that they use or it's a different piece of software, but anybody can open it up, understand it, and I think it's updated fairly well. I do know Nick went to East Hampton. I don't know if that that was what was in place before he got there. But I'm going to totally recommend that folks have a look at that, because it would be tremendously helpful to have something that was that visibly accessible when it comes down to it. And then I have a question for Josh as well, if he's still here.
Yeah, he's there.
Yes, Member Robbins, I'm here.
Okay. I still can't get used to that. That's just like, great. So Josh,
Sorry.
I know I keep hounding you about this, but I still
That's
don't
okay.
understand if your rearrangement of the central office and the central office cost of special education now, so people who work in your office, looks to me like it's almost $500,000. You're reallocating those resources and placing them in different places, but you're also allocating $20,000 each from other funding sources for the FTE site coordinators, who are also being reallocated from their previous positions. And you're also hoping that you get some money back. But what I don't understand is, if we stayed with the program that you currently have, and I'm supportive about some of those changes, I think they sound like they really would work. If we stayed with what we currently have in the current salaries and the current positions, and we don't get the money that you hope will come back to us,
Yes.
what will it cost us?
It would, so if, hold on 1 second. I just have to pull up one thing. So the savings without, okay. Okay, so without restructuring, there would be no savings. With restructuring, without using the reservation that we have to make from our entitlement grants, the savings with restructuring would be $3,775. That's it.
Okay.
So if we did not restructure, there'd be no savings. And the total cost of the current structure for FY '23 is $567,619 and change. And the FY '24 cost is $589,411 and some change.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I want to give people who haven't spoken yet an opportunity to speak if they'd like to. I see a tepid hand. Okay.
Bobby,
And then I'm just planning to make a motion, just to let you know.
Oh, okay.
Do you have the total number of FTEs in the current fiscal year '24 budget proposal?
I did send the FTEs by school and district. I don't have them in front of me.
Where do I find those?
Those were in the, I think, the Budget and Property Subcommittee packet.
Packet? Mm-hmm. Okay. From the meeting on Monday or the meeting prior to that?
I believe it was.
I
from
see, it's both, right? You had the high school and the district in Monday's packet, and you had the other schools in the one prior to that. Okay, thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, I wanted to make a motion to approve the budget. Hopefully I'm gonna get this number right, Bobby, of $37,765,747. Did I get it right? Okay. And I have just a tiny bit to say after that, but that's my motion.
That's the correct amount? Bobby?
She had nodded her head before.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll second that.
motion's
And then
made by
the
Member
bit that I
Seraphy.
have to say. Oh, sorry.
I was just reiterating who'd made the motion. Go ahead.
Just the bit that I have to say is that I think that there are some things to iron out with this, and I think the getting the updated budget book pages that we were talking about with Bobby and working, to have the reporting, be more regular and all of those things to help us understand the budget too, because we're not in it the way you are every day, Bobby, and I really I appreciate the different ways that you have worked to explain it to us, and so I think the fact that we have that quarterly reporting makes me feel comfortable to move ahead with the budget as is, especially since it's April 13th and we have until April 15th to 14th, okay, even worse, to deliver it to the mayor. So I'm ready to move forward with this. I think there are still improvements that need to be made to our process as a school committee, and in working with our administrator. And of course, we have a new superintendent coming in, and I know that this is a lot to walk into. So I appreciate all of the questions and all of the answers. Like, we need to keep asking those questions, absolutely. I know I said I was going to say a small amount, and then I ended up saying more than I intended to, but that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Stein?
Yeah, I just wanted to say briefly, one of the things that I really more fully appreciated about our budget process this week that wasn't evident to me at the beginning is that when we talk about our budget, we're really only talking about that 37 million, which is the state chapter 78 and what we're getting from the city. But that's not really our district budget. Our district budget includes a lot of other things that have been mentioned, like the revolving school choice account, the revolving food services account, all of the grants, all this stuff. And you'll notice, and one of the reasons I think things get so confusing, and it's difficult for us to see what Member Levy was asking for, like these one-on-one comparisons, is that we're constantly historically moving costs and personnel onto various things that are outside of that pot. Right, so you saw like in the summary sheet that Bobby put together, well, we moved 600 and something thousand from school choice into the general budget. That means we basically like took it out of the ether of the revolving account and now put it into like the view of this budget, right? So I think that's one of the reasons why previous school committees haven't fully appreciated the structural challenges that they were under, because in this process, you're not seeing those things. None of us saw it until Susan first showed it to us. So I would hope in future budgets, we get actually a full district budget, which is not just what are we getting from the city and the state, but what money are we relying on to pay for all of our expenses, like an actual budget. Like you would have at any other organization. I mean, I sadly work in the land of grant budgeting. I make a lot of grant budgets. And when we do them, they're tied to specific costs, and we don't have one presentation of a department budget that doesn't have that in there, and then one that does. And here we sort of do that, and I think it's really obscuring for folks. So I just want to point that out. I didn't really get that until this week, and I've been looking at this way too much. So I don't think it's evident to most people on the school committee that the budget we're approving isn't the full budget for the district. We don't really even know what the total number is to operate the district or how all these things are aligned. So we should try to do that. And I just lastly just wanted to make a friendly, offer a friendly amendment to Member Seraphy Cox's motion, which is to reduce that reduction another percentage point from 5 to 3 on the non-unit positions to align with what the teachers are getting in agreement with Member Levy, right, notwithstanding this sort of step differential.
Wasn't that already done? No?
No, it's at 4% in the budget right now. So Member Stein is suggesting to reduce it to 3%. It was originally at 5. Bobby, can you let me know how much of a savings that would be? And I guess I'll take it as a friendly amendment, and then my seconder needs to approve it as well.
So I think,
Go ahead.
okay. I want to say that'd be about $8,000, $8,000 to $10,000. I had done it at one point. I know it was around 20 from 5 to 3, so it'd probably be around 10 from what we had. So 8 to 10, be what I'd say, without having numbers right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard you, I thought you were just pondering. Yes, go ahead.
No, sorry, I didn't mean that. I was just wondering, I remember us talking about the 4%, the 5%, and I remember suggesting too that we go to 3%, but there was something pointed out. Member Seraphy Cox, do you remember about why we thought, they don't get certain things that, they don't get any COLAs, for one. Or steps.
It was the steps.
No, the steps.
Yeah, this would be the COLA, but,
Right.
Yeah, that was the difference.
so it's
Yeah.
true that teachers get, or Unit A members, and other unit members get steps in addition to their COLA. And for Unit A members, that COLA is 3%. Not all unit members are stepping, and the different steps have different percentages. I think Member Levy's comment earlier was about the 3% of a smaller number is a smaller number. 3% of a larger number is a larger number.
Well, I'll accept that friendly amendment so that we can figure it out.
Yeah. And if the motion fails with this change, then I will happily make the motion without the change.
Discussion.
Just one more question. So we actually have to pass this? Okay.
Pass something.
We have to pass something?
Yes, you have to
All right,
pass
so to pass something, we would have to keep working with the budget we don't have the final figures on, because they have to go and be worked with. So if we pass this figure and something changes, Bobby finds something different next week or whatever it is, are we still stuck on that number? Or is there room to alter it? When it goes to you, yeah.
I mean, I think it would be the number with the amendments that were passed.
That's the final number, so.
Yes.
But also, remember that we're voting on the bottom line. And the reality is, the way they get to the bottom line can shift tomorrow. It's really the bottom line that we're approving.
And things will change.
Just checking it
They
out.
always do.
But if we make amendments, then whatever, like, that calculated amount would be what was passed.
And can we make amendments that have nothing to do with the dollar amount?
I actually don't know the answer to that question.
I mean, the one thing that we're missing from this, that we've come back again and again to us, is that we do not have a strategic planning committee, and we have not set long-term goals. And we're approving another budget without that in place. And I'm not happy about approving a budget that I can't confirm the numbers on. I would be willing to do that, but I really am very uncomfortable in moving forward without having something, a structure that helps us do the work that will help us to do this better.
I would, I would say whatever structure you're envisioning is not, it's not part of the operating budget, so it wouldn't, you couldn't amend the budget to include something that's not part of the budget.
I have a question to the motion makers, and that is, if the salaries go down another %, that saves $10,000. Is there something that you're asking that $10,000 to be put towards, or is it just, it's $10,000 more dollars for the district to use wherever they see fit?
Well, for
That's
me,
an excellent question. I mean, it doesn't pay for the library ESP at JFK, which honestly would be the first thing on my priority list, which is part of why I asked.
You could pay for the exit interview consultant.
I also,
think that might be too granular for us, maybe.
you know, my immediate thought is PD, because I notice how all the PD budgets have been cut, but, you know.
Oh, perhaps just as our alt team was so creative and conscientious with coming up with these cuts, if we did pass this, then we would put it to them to decide how to spend that $10,000.
Good idea.
Anyone who,
Are we ready to vote?
Could we hear the whole motion? It was a time, could you just hear the whole thing again?
To approve the FY '24 budget of $37,765,747 with a friendly amendment, if I understand it, for non-representative employees to go from a 5% to a 3% COLA.
Yes, and to direct the alt team to
And direct the 10,
appropriate the savings, once Bobby can calculate it, to appropriate the savings to, where they would see fit.
Member Stein and Member Goldman.
So I just wanted to quickly reiterate something that Member Robbins brought up at our last meeting, which was really thinking through the ways in which our budget reflects the values and things we want to do and spend money on. I appreciate all the work that was done in this budget to try to map it to school improvement plans and to the DIP. I feel like it was heard and that effort was made. And I just want to point out that there is a lot in our school improvement plans and the DIP around restorative justice practices, around anti-racism, and I don't see a lot of budget line items supporting that. So from the perspective of where's our money lining up for what we say we want to accomplish, I don't think that's been made clear. So I don't want to screw up the motion, but I hope that the alt team considers dedicating some of whatever savings we just got towards those areas, since it's central to like all of the bullets we just heard about. I think I heard at the last Budget and Property Subcommittee meeting that there is another $10,000 budgeted somewhere in here for restorative practices that was, done. So, yeah, that's suggestion based on the larger conversation.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
I'll just also share that there's a working group of folks throughout the district who are working on grant-funded, like strategic planning to bring restorative practices in, with the notion that throwing money at it and saying, let's do trainings without a larger plan of what are we working towards and what training needs to happen in order to get there and what else needs to happen in order to get there. So I appreciate what you're saying and also just want folks to know that that's a grant-funded outside group that is looking at that same thing.
Dr. Pearson Campbell.
Two things. I know, and I'm trying to be very cognizant, but I'm trying to talk to my alt team. And when we're saying saving $10,000 and going back, and I'm just talking from the heart. It took me a long time to find administrators this year to fit the needs of Northampton, and we lost 16 people before I arrived. And I know we're trying to save money from 5% to 4%, but I'm really gonna be concerned about my staff. And I know I have 41 days here, but when salary-wise, it's hard to find good people. That's my first question, my first statement. And the second statement is that Kitsable came to our alt meeting to talk about restorative justice. And we really started to think about understanding the background knowledge. So these next 3 alt meetings is really thinking about policies from bullying, from various anti-racism, understanding the background for restorative justice. So we have started that because my staff is I'm really thinking about how we can get this restorative justice along with working with the outside agencies. So Kit Savoy, I sent an email to him to see him come back to our next alt team. But I just had to say something. And I'm trying to say my words gently, but I just know my alt team, they will want me to say something. And I'm trying to advocate for them. So excuse me.
We appreciate you speaking up. Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, roll call please, Annie.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
God, can I think about it while you go along?
Member Seraphy Cox?
It's hard. I'm gonna vote no.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
No.
Member Miller?
Oh, Member Miller, oh.
I know. Yes.
Member Goldman?
No.
Member Agna?
No.
Member Davis?
No.
And Mayor Shara?
No.
And now back to you, Member Gazy?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Motion fails, 7-3.
Member Seraphy Cox.
I would like to make a motion to approve the budget. Oh, I lost the number now. I had it written down.
$37,765,747.
Yes, $37,765,747 as presented.
Is there a second?
I seconded.
Okay, motion made by Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member Agna. Discussion? Yeah, of course.
Just a clarification. So the new motion now is sort of reverted back.
Correct. So the only change that was made before
Reduction in the
was take the 4% raises for non-represented staff members down to 3%, and that failed. So now I'm just making a motion of everything that has been presented to us, which means 4% raises for non-represented staff.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
I do. I mean, I want to respond to it and say, I totally understand it's peanuts compared to the amount of money that we're talking about. And no one is arguing that our administrators don't work and deserve the money that they should get. But I feel a tremendous amount of solidarity with the teachers that we had the same conversation with last year, who fought really hard to get a 3% increase. And it feels, I will probably vote for this because I want to vote for the budget and I want to send it forward. But I also feel that we are, in a way, speaking out of both sides of our mouths, and I'm uncomfortable with that.
Member Stein?
Yeah, I mean, I feel similarly. I know, you know, I have a hard time when we talk and worry about retention of certain employees and downplay the raises that others hard fight to win. And I feel like it came up earlier tonight. I mean, there's symbolically a tremendous amount of value in aligning percent increases with your labor force. This is why the former superintendent always looked at how much is my increased percentage based on what we're negotiating, because he understood, I think, the importance of that symbolic value. And saying that we need to pay more money to these folks to retain them, but we don't need to pay more money to other folks to retain them, just doesn't sit well with me. So I do think it has some symbolic importance.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
No.
Member Levy?
No.
Member Miller?
No.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
And Mayor Shara?
Yes.
And Member Robbins?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Sorry?
7-3, yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you, everybody. Let's figure out where we are.
Not very far.
Can I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
I know we need to cover X, I guess that's a 10.
Exactly, yeah.
A.
11:30, it's in that.
Yeah.
We need to do A.
I'm sorry, not A, B, 10B. I'm curious how many of the other things on here are needing to be done tonight?
I would say we should move G to another meeting. I don't think it's critical. We need to do H, I
Need to do
believe.
D.
Yeah, let's start at the top. Okay, we need to do B. I assume, Bobby, we need to do C.
The busing contract?
The busing contract?
Actually, no, I was just gonna report out really quickly on that, but,
Okay. We don't need to approve that contract?
no, we're gonna have it for the May meeting, so,
Oh, okay, so can we just move that to May?
sure.
Okay, the calendar, people need the calendar done, right? Yeah, so we need to do D, E's fast, F should also be potentially fast, these are just votes to refer, right? And we already said we can move G to May, but we have to do H. And we already did I. Okay, let's do it. Let's go to, is Layla in here right now? Let's go to B. Yeah, here she is. Okay. Whoops, sorry. Wrong. There we go. Okay, so let's go to B, which is discussion of the Attorney General open meeting law complaint findings, meeting law 2023-33, and backlog of school committee executive session minutes, and possible vote on school committee compliance plan, which can include many of these different items. And Layla, would you give a summary, please?
Yep, so I'll help try to frame it and expedite the conversation as much as possible. So in March, the Division of Open Government, which is part of the AG's office, that handles open meeting law complaints and open meeting law compliance, issued a determination. It's determination number 23-33. The underlying complaint was that in the late summer, a member of the public had requested school committee meeting minutes for a 2-year period, had reiterated that request again in October of '22, and then and complained that they hadn't received the minutes and that they hadn't been properly drafted. And then had asked for various remedies. The open meeting law response was filed on behalf of the school committee. It was, you have 10 days to respond to a request for open meeting law minutes. Regardless of whether they exist or not, you have to let people know about them. So the determination ultimately said that there was a violation for not responding promptly to the initial request. The second was there was a citation for failure to maintain the minutes. The school committee, when it had submitted its response to the Division of Open Government and to the complainant, did acknowledge that there was this backlog and that they'd work on it for the minutes requested and get that out to the individual. And they did by January of 2023. However, one of the, it was a per se violation, so the open meeting law determination noted that. The other component of this decision wasn't one that the Division of Open Government was charged to look at in the complaint, so you didn't get a citation for it. But they noted that some of the minutes that had been drafted and approved that had been part of that request were insufficient, and insufficient for 3 reasons. The first is that they didn't properly summarize the discussions that took place. They were a little bit too light, essentially, on characterizing the discussions. That they didn't have the list of the documents that were relied on for those meetings attached. And because these were all remote meetings, all the votes should have been by roll call. I think as a practical matter, they were actually done by roll call, but in the minutes that got approved, they weren't memorialized in that way. So that was noted. What the Division of Open Government has said coming out of that is you have 60 days to get that stuff into compliance, which brings you, the determination was May 14th. So that 60-day period, excuse me, it was March 14th, so 60 days is about May 14th. And so one of the things we've talked about with central office is, can that May 15th, May 4th, or by the next regular school committee meeting in May, can those minutes that were drafted but are insufficient, can there be an effort made to get those redrafted to where they need to be and then up to speed, and then so you can vote on them at the May meeting. So that was sort of one component of it. The other piece of this which really is about backlogs, because this was a very narrow request for minutes. But what the school, what I had been authorized to do when that first complaint came in was to look at what kinds of backlogs with minutes might exist for the school committee. There had been some concerns about a year before of school committee meeting minutes, especially executive sessions that had been backlogged for a significant period. And there had been sort of a recommendation put in place on how to get brought up to speed on that. Unfortunately, for various reasons, which we don't have time to really explore tonight, there had been challenges in getting that work done. I think there was some headway made on labor negotiations subcommittee meeting backlogs, but those have not been fully completed. There's an executive session backlog that exists going back to 2019, although 2018 minutes need to also be looked at for sufficiency reasons. And there are some isolated advisory committee meeting minutes that probably need to be brought up to speed and brought into compliance as well. I think there was a COVID-19 ad hoc committee that disbanded before it ever approved minutes, so that needs to be remedied. So, the purpose tonight, knowing that there is this backlog, knowing what the breadth and the scope of it is really for the school committee to try to develop a remediation plan. There have been discussions by me with the Attorney General's office, the Division of Open Government, acknowledging on behalf of the school committee this many years long issue that's developed, and that there's a sincere desire and effort to find a way to remedy this. It's going to take, in my opinion, a real collective effort and real a commitment and engagement to get it fixed and to continue every 3 meetings from here on out, approving stuff so you don't have a backlog that continues to grow. And so I know on your agenda, there are a bunch of items that were listed as things to sort of talk about for recommendations. I don't know if you want to go through those or if you have questions for me. There are a couple of additional things other than what's listed for possible discussion and vote that I think as we go through the list, I might want to add as well. But I don't know the way you would like to approach that. Would you like to just sort of start going through the list of possible things or ask some questions?
Yeah, let's start with Member Stein, and then we'll go through the list.
Thanks. Yeah, I 5 months ago at our December meeting, I made a motion to task our chief executive, the superintendent, to come up with a plan to get the backlog of minutes completed and to come back to us if additional resources were required to do so. I made the motion because the superintendent is the one who oversees the central office and is best positioned to both align workloads for all of the work in the central office and manage the day-to-day carrying out of this work. We all hear all the time about operational meddling, and developing this plan is seemingly the definition. Unfortunately, the superintendent, they're the ones who oversee central administrative staff. We only decide who is our recording secretary, but we don't manage them. Unfortunately, no school committee member seconded this motion, and we didn't discuss it. Now, 5 months later, we're in the same position, although now with the finding of an OML violation by the AG. I still believe the most appropriate way for us to move forward on a plan is for our superintendent to develop it based on their understanding of the central office's workload. I'd suggest that the superintendent eval committee serve as the liaison and meet with the superintendent to review the progress on it. So I'm wary to make the motion, but that's my idea. I don't see how we can effectively put together some collaborative plan with no oversight and no real management ability and have it be a success. I think we need our chief executive, who is supposed to run the district, to do this for us like they would for any other operational issue. And frankly, prior superintendents should have solved the problem. So it's our problem because we're the school committee, but we don't have any of the levers to fix it. And that's what we rely on the superintendent for everything. So that's my idea.
Member Seraphy Cox?
I really like letter D, to have subcommittees take minutes and create the template with requirements. I think that those two things are separate. I don't think that what you mean is that the subcommittee would create the template.
There's already a template.
There is a template?
Yes.
Apparently there is a template, so.
There is. I've used
Done.
it for subcommittee meetings and for our school committee retreats. I wrote the minutes for several of our meetings and was told that they looked fine. So, I mean, I don't know if there was significant tweaking that needed to happen and people were just being nice, but so I would love to see D move forward. I don't think that we need E because rules of procedure was actually referred to rules and policy subcommittee in, I want to say, January or February, maybe March of 2022. Not too long after we were sworn in. No, sorry, 2022. Yeah. So unless I'm wrong about that, I think that it's already been referred to us.
So it's at rules and policy now, so therefore it could have an addition, it could be amended to include something about subcommittees taking minutes? Is that?
Yeah.
Is it there?
It had.
It is there. We did not decide to go further on it until we had the retreat so that we'd have our norms and stuff, but
yeah,
that's where that got. But we could definitely put that in.
Okay, great. So do you want to make a motion, Member Seraphy Cox, on D?
Sure. I would move to have subcommittees take their own minutes and to utilize the template that has been created. And I'm sure, well, no, Layla helped create it, so I guess she's already seen it, so.
I think we might not be talking about the same template, but I suppose we can talk later. I don't see a template that Layla created.
I don't know who created it. Layla sent it to me. It's the template that I used for the meetings that I took notes at.
I see. I've never seen that, so if I'm gonna, you know, you can use that if you want, or you can use the one that I use.
Okay, we'll merge the templates.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so
A
was there?
template provided to us by our clerk. How about that?
Was there a second?
Oh, I was gonna include multiple things in my motion.
Oh, go for it. Keep going.
Okay, so that's D, is to have subcommittees take their own minutes and utilize a template provided to us by our clerk. And then C is to set deadlines for the drafting. So I would say that the deadline for the drafting should be within 45 days of the meeting, right? Because we have to approve it within 3 months of the meeting. So the drafting should happen within 45 days of the meeting, and approval needs to happen 3 months later, right?
No,
Hold on.
no. Within the next 3 meetings, not 3 months.
Gotcha. Most of our meetings happen monthly, but
Yeah.
understood. So I guess I would
I think
still
you could
have the
say-
drafting within 45 days.
I think you could say there are two issues, right? There's the backlog and there's moving forward. Moving forward, I think all you'd have to say is that meeting minutes will be taken pursuant to the open meeting law's requirements. And made and approved moving forward, okay?
Okay.
Yep.
But that's different than the backlog.
Yeah, this
So
is the
what years?
backlog.
We're
So
asking the same question, sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, no, so that's different than the backlog, which.
That's the difference, which is, I think, something that you need to set some reasonable miles. They don't need to be necessarily hard deadlines, but they need to be projected, a projected milestone that you're gonna reach. To try to get through it.
I see. And in my blurry-eyedness, at almost midnight, I just didn't see the word backlogged to realize that this is about backlogged minutes only. Okay, then I guess I will have to stop at just that because I don't.
Could I suggest?
Sure.
To help, July, and by July 30th?
Oh,
How many
yeah.
days in July? 30 days after September, April, June, and November. July 31st? I don't know what day I couldn't remember if it had 30 or 31
I think
days.
it's 30. I think it's 30th.
Okay.
All the rest have 30.
Except for June. July is 31.
It has 31.
It has
Yeah.
31?
Yeah.
Okay, I never remember these things. So, and is that, are you suggesting that, Mayor, for the drafting or the approval?
I would suggest that for the drafting, as long as you think that's okay, Layla, with the caveat that I think for between now and July 31st, at meetings that we have, we should take the chunks that are done.
I think that's appropriate. And I think that's wise, right? Because it'll show that you're actually making movement on getting through the backlog as well.
Can I make a suggestion? We're going to have to invite former school committee members to approve executive session minutes. And I think that it was discussed to some degree somewhere that they will probably be invited to come into central office to review the minutes before the meetings, if there's going to be long lists of minutes. Instead of having them sent, you can't really send them in an executive session. You can't send them to somebody, especially somebody who's not a sitting member of the board. So that's got to be part of it. And so I would suggest we approve the executive session minutes with invited former school committee members starting in August. So we might have to do that over a period, because there's 70 of them. You don't want to do them all in one meeting. We might have to do that over a period of, I would say, 3 meetings.
But what I'm saying is that if some are done in June, then I think we should approve those in June.
Okay, so, I mean, we could approve,
And we can invite them to come to the meeting in June?
well, I think that we can approve, like, there are missing special school committee minutes, so I think that we should tackle that first. I don't, it doesn't matter either way, however you want to do it, but it is going to have to be a sort of process of having people come in the office to read minutes.
Will you invite, so may I speak to that? So it would be great if people are willing to show up and volunteer their time to do that. You can't compel them, right? And so that, just remember that. What the Division of Open Government is going to say is, look at, you make your best effort to use the resources you have to get as complete of minutes as you can. There are minutes from executive sessions that all of you sitting here have been part of, right? You can approve those. You don't have to, those can be drafted. You can approve those executive sessions, those special meetings that haven't been approved without inviting anybody, right? Because it's this school committee that did them. You can get rid of that backlog first. You can, the other ones, as they're drafted, you can invite people to come and review them and give their input. And so they can be prepared in bunches. And if they don't show up, you're just gonna make your best efforts to make sure those summaries are accurate. You know, you're making a good faith effort at the best compliance you can. You're not required to have perfection. And if you weren't sitting on that school committee at the time, you're not, or sitting in that meeting, you're not expected to have knowledge of it. If ultimately no one shows up and all you have is notes, you do the best you can. And
Thank you, that's helpful. So,
So I'm saying we'll do the minutes from this board first.
yeah, I mean, it seems counterintuitive, but maybe we go from most recent to oldest. But we're gonna start now, so if there's a chunk that's ready for the May meeting, then we're gonna put them on the agenda for the May meeting, and then we're gonna do June, and then there's no meeting in July, right?
No meeting in July, but, you
July.
know, we can always add special meetings too, just to approve minutes.
But they will all be drafted by July 31st, meaning at the August meeting, any remaining ones that have not yet been reviewed and voted will be.
And may I
I don't know what that
interject
date is.
again? I just want to help. I do think Member Stein had brought up a pretty good point that might be useful to this discussion. I think it's important to set a deadline, right? So, you know, July 31st is the day where you want to make sure that everything has been, you know, has been put in a draft form, right? That could be what you say tonight. But I think the idea of saying, you know, appoint a school committee member as a liaison to work with the central office, and then have the central office, you know, come up with a plan and do day-to-day, and have the superintendent do the day-to-day management of this, is actually, you know, it might be helpful. You don't necessarily have to vote on all the minutia tonight.
Yeah, I think that we should take up that idea next. Let's just get these dates.
Okay.
So all drafting done by July 31st, all voted on by August 10th is the August meeting.
That's a lot of minutes for people to read. I just,
Yeah.
okay,
That's what we're doing.
okay. You know, my job will be done on, you know, July 31st, but,
We've got to get this done.
yeah.
So
okay.
we're going to do it.
And
So
so,
members,
Mayor,
have we
you're
talked to yours?
talking about, sorry?
No, you're sort of mid-motion. I sort of took over with dates, but
No, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify what they were. And so you're talking about minutes for the whole backlog being done by July 31st, not just the minutes for the current term being drafted by the 31st.
correct.
Okay.
And then did you want to throw something else into this motion about the liaison?
Yes. So the school committee would appoint a liaison to report back from,
To meet with central office.
to meet with central office and report back to the school committee at each of its regular meetings.
I would definitely prefer not to have a subcommittee do that, because that's just adding another meeting, and it takes a lot to administrate that.
And this would be a permanent liaison or just for this
Just for the
backlog?
Just for the backlog and to make sure we actually are done with the backlog. But no, just for the backlog.
Okay. Anything else you want to put in here? Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Leila.
Oh, don't forget, I do think you have to set a May deadline for approving, for correcting any insufficient minutes that have been provided as part of that old open meeting law complaint.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
we had talked about the corrected minutes would be done by the next school committee meeting, I thought.
Yeah, that's the May meeting.
Yeah, so then corrected minutes.
What's the right term for that, Layla?
Correcting insufficient minutes. I think.
Correcting insufficient minutes will be drafted and ready for approval by the May meeting.
By May what?
11th.
11th, great. Okay. And is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Member Davis.
Are these all one motion? I have 4 different motions.
This is all one motion.
Yes, it is all one motion.
Discussion.
For simplicity. My one question on it is, the liaison would be appointed by the mayor, just like our other liaisons are?
Pursuant to your rules, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, yep, just confirming.
So feel free to tell me if you'd like to liaise with central office. Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion?
I hope that the liaison is somebody that can meet with us during business hours, instead of at night.
Yes, it has to be someone who's available to do that when central office is open.
Yes.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Layla, we were covering everything?
I think so. I mean, obviously you can put this on the agenda for an update every month, so that's fine. So yeah, I think you've covered everything that's critical.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, roll call, please.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
No.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
And Member Gazy.
Yes.
Okay, we are moving item C to the May meeting, so that brings us to D, which is vote to approve 2024 school year calendar. Is there an?
So we can say goodnight to our lawyer, I assume.
Wait,
executive session.
we have another executive session, although, yeah, Layla, we need you for, yes, no, we cannot,
Okay.
fortunately. Okay, are there updates on the calendar, or this is just the calendar, right?
It was going to be approved last month, and then there was some discussion about moving some of the holiday dates around, but that couldn't happen because it was contractual reasons
Okay.
that couldn't happen.
Okay. Right,
No change,
nothing's
right,
different since we last saw it.
Right.
Okay.
We voted on it with the amendments, and so then because the amendments, right.
Okay. All right, Member Stein, is this a motion?
Yep, I want to make a motion to pass the Northampton Public Schools calendar 2023-2024 with the one following change. Instead of school beginning on Thursday, August 31st, have school begin on, actually, you know what? No, I rescind that, never mind. Making a motion to pass it as is.
Great. Is there a second?
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded by Member Agna. Any further discussion? Hold on, I can't see everybody. Seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
and Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Okay, next there is E, and there's also F, if someone wanted to move those as a group to rules and policy. So E is KDB, public right to know, and F is to create a sexual health policy.
I move to refer KDB and the creation of a sexual health policy to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee.
Second.
Motion's been made by Member Levy, second by Member Robbins. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
And Member Stein.
Yes.
Okay, we're at H. We're going to move G to a discussion in May. H is vote to approve legal services contract, including payment of unpaid legal fees. And Bobby.
Okay, so we need to, well, let me give you the background first. So we had an original contract, which was a 3-year contract for $140,000. In March of 2021, that contract was amended it went up to 160,000, or up 160,000, so the total of the contract became 300,000, with the same contracted period of July 1, 2019 to June 30, 2022. Then we did a second amendment in March of 2022 for 80,000, bringing the contract up to 380,000. And then in August of 2022, we did a third amendment to increase the contract time to include up to June 30 of 2023 and increase the amount by 100,000 for a total of 480. Now we're looking to increase that amount by 150 to cover expenses for the remainder of this year. We may not need the entire 150, but this would prevent us having to come back for more. If we did just 100, we may have to come back for more for a little bit. So do 150. That will be the total of 630 over the 4-year period for legal services. There was information provided from the lawyer, who's still on, right? Yeah, she's still on. So hopefully you all got a chance to read that and review that. But in order to pay the bills that we still have right now, we need to have the contract approved to increase. We can't pay the current bills we have.
Right.
Until we.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes, I see that it says, including payment of unpaid legal fees, so I'm just curious, what is the unpaid amount?
What do we have here? So far this year, and she didn't break it out for me, unfortunately. Well, for fiscal 23, we're up to 144,434, which is not all paid. I don't have the balance that is not paid. Oh yeah, I do. Here we go. So not paid as of yet is 17,822.15.
Okay. Is there a motion? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would make a motion to increase the contract by 75,000.
By
To
100.
approve the contract and increase by 70,000?
Hold on one sec. Bobby, are you sure that's the balance?
No, so the recommendation is to increase it by 150,000.
No, are you sure that what hasn't yet been paid yet is that amount?
I was given from Terry, not paid for, just for December. I'm sorry. So it's just for December, 17/8/22. And then we would owe for January and February, and then March as well, and then April, May, June. But negotiations are over. There's a bunch of stuff that's over, so that's why.
But do we have, so that, the 18,000 was for December, is that what you said?
Correct, yeah.
So do you have the January bill, do you have the other bills, so we know what the actual total is? That hasn't been paid?
No, she did not break it out, but she did break it out by total would be, I'm saying she, mind you, my, one of my administrative assistants that helped. As of the end of FY '23, there'd be 144,434. The grand total for the years, but she's including 18 and 19, so that'd be a different contract year. So 548. So there would be 548, 512, which at this point leaves us 65,512 over contract with January, February, March, April, May, and June. But
Okay. So we're, as it were, in a deficit of 65, an anticipated deficit of 65,000.
Wait, the 65,000 includes January and February and March, or no?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The 65,000 that were in arrears, that includes January, February, and March, or no?
No.
And then there's April, May, and June.
But she just said that that included April, May, and June.
No. Did I? Okay.
So, I understand that this is a broader issue, but I think, in the past, we've said that it would be helpful to have suggested motions and then the backup for that motion. So, and that's to help us be more well organized, but also to give some structure for our administrators about the sort of information that is needed. So I understand that isn't going to help us right in this moment, but that's just what is coming to my mind as we're having this challenge. So my intention with my motion of 75,000 was to cover the backlog and then have some room for additional spending, but not so much room that we are able to spend up any anticipated tailings that we might be helpful in balancing that anticipated deficit at the end of FY '24 in school choice.
So, I'm still trying to get a handle on what the number is, but it sounds like the 65 will not accomplish that. Or 75 will not. If
Yeah,
we're
my motion was 75 because I thought that that the unspent was 17,000. But what I thought that Bobby just said a little bit ago was that her administrative assistant put together the various amounts and anticipated that at the end of June, there would be a $65,000 cost.
No.
So Bobby, if
Is
I
that-
am misunderstanding you, please correct me.
Is that correct?
No, so we still have back bills to pay from the last she's paid, I believe is December. And we're always a month behind, so she's paid that. At that point, we'd be 65 in arrears.
And that's,
So to get us through to the end of June, we anticipate probably we would increase the contract by 100,000. But if it's a little over that, we might want to consider doing 150 just to not have to come back and revisit this. But again, that's a committee decision.
so.
Okay, then I would like to revise my motion to be increase the contract to 100,000.
By
Yes, I'm sorry, by 100,000.
Okay, is there a second? You gotta stay with us, folks. Come on, we're almost there, we're almost there.
yeah.
Power through it.
Did you need a second?
I do need a
Someone
second.
did there. I will second that.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded to increase this by 100,000.
Is it to approve the contract and increase it by 100,000, or is?
No, approve the increase of 100,000. The contract has already been approved. We're just amending the contract.
It does say approve the contract on the agenda.
It does. But this would be amending the contract, Bobby, or a new contract for the rest of the fiscal year?
it would be amending the current contract.
Okay, so amending the current contract with an addition of 100,000 is the motion.
Correct.
Okay, any discussion?
With the caveat, or whatever the proper word is for, I'm tired, so hopefully this makes sense. And my sense is, pay what we know we owe, and I don't mind revisiting it. Like, there was some phrase, I'm not sure who said it, like to, and then we wouldn't have to come back and say, now there's another 10,000 or something. For me, especially where we are right now, pay what we owe, and if we need to discuss it again because there's another $12,000 bill, I don't know if that's appropriate.
Pay what we know
Yeah.
will only
Yeah,
take
that's
us
my
Get us
intention.
at the
with my
end of the
motion.
fiscal year.
But I guess what I'm saying is, but we don't know exactly how much that is. So what I was hearing was sort of like, you know, that it could be, is it 100, is it 150, is it, what's the, if we,
It will come back if it doesn't get.
It will come back,
Yeah,
okay.
it doesn't
Okay.
disappear.
all right, well, then I take that back. I just don't want to just like throw money
No, it
out
won't.
there as if it's like, oh, sure, give them another 25. Okay, I take it back. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. Sorry, I just got a message that my battery's about to die. Roll call, please.
I just want to make sure I have this right. The motion is to amend the legal services contract and increase the contract by 100K. $100,000.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Did you say me?
I did.
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes. Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
And Member Levy?
Okay, sorry.
Twizzlers.
I just forgot that I had Twizzlers in my bag, so it's very exciting. And, okay, we did I. So, any discussion topics? No? These are the future meetings. Rules and Policy Subcommittee, 4 o'clock on Wednesday, April 26th. That is on Zoom. Curriculum Subcommittee, 5 PM, although that may change. Am I right, that time possibly? I thought I heard that a long time ago, many hours ago.
We're having a discussion.
Okay, maybe at 5, Wednesday, May 3rd. Zoom School Committee, our regular school committee meeting, 6:30 on Thursday, May 11th. That says Zoom, but hybrid, that should be, right? Yep.
Wondering about that.
And the May meeting.
Oh, yeah, it should be hybrid. so
Hybrid.
apologies.
Rules and Policy Subcommittee, 4 o'clock Wednesday, May 17th. That's Zoom?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Procedural question.
Yeah, yeah.
Are there any items on our executive session agenda that need to get addressed tonight?
Yes. Okay, so there's nothing else on our regular agenda. We'll be going into executive session. And would someone please, we will be adjourning from executive session, not coming back into open session, and Member Gazy's going to.
Request to enter executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares, including collective bargaining with NACE and discussion of pending litigation in Doe v. Northampton.
And is there a second?
Second.
Chair so declares again. We will be adjourning from executive session, not coming back into open session. Roll call, please, Annie.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yeah.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
And Member Miller?
Yes.
Okay, good night, everyone who is still here for regular meeting.